Chapter 2046. In the Xianyuan Palace's secret realm, the distorted entrance was slowly closing. On the peak of the Kanshui Palace, Su Zijuan stretched out a hand, and the remnant souls of the demons that had been wiped out by God-slaying sword energy, gathered around her. No one dared question the princess of the Xianyuan Palace, since she was the one who'd made the move. They'd always been very clear about their hierarchy. Even though the princess had recklessly turned into a drought demon, she hadn't completely lost her bloodline. After all, the Yellow Emperor had a daughter in the ancient times who'd also been a drought demon. The subjects didn't dare question what the princess wanted to do. What they needed to do most now was to clean up the battlefield. Her Highness killed the demons last, so she must have seen the opportunity and delivered the final blow. That's why this happened. But if she'd acted earlier, the various tribes wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Although there are many injured, and many of the generals are so badly injured that they won't be able to recover in 3 to 5 years, there aren't many dead, and most of the Golden Sword and Silver Sword generals are from the Gongsun clan. It seems that Her Highness wants to teach the Gongsun clan a lesson after Gongsun Shiyu's repeated rebellions. Don't talk about Her Highness behind her back. I wonder what Her Highness plans to do with the remnant souls of the demons after taking them away. They're excellent materials for forging murderous weapons. Perhaps there are still some demons that haven't left the immortal ceiling pagoda. They've been suppressed by the pagoda for countless years, and many of their consciousnesses have been destroyed. They can only wander around the various levels of the pagoda and don't know how to leave even when the doors are broken open. Perhaps we can go in and clean them up. Let's go together. Since the restrictions in the immortal ceiling pagoda have been broken, we need to go in and repair them. This isn't the immortal ceiling pagoda. Suddenly, everyone heard Gongsun Wuzong's words. After saying that, Gongsun Wuzong did not say anything else and silently returned to the Kanshui Palace. The culprit behind the chaos in Xianyuan Palace was Gongsun Shiyu, who had come back from the dead. As a member of the Gongsun clan, the Gongsun clan of the Qian tribe would probably be in an extremely awkward position in Xianyuan Palace after this battle. They all knew that it was better not to offend Gongsun family at this moment. Not the real immortal suppressing pagoda? Sun Shaosheng was standing behind Su Zijuan at this time, avoiding the eyes of the people under the peak. At this time, Su Zijuan said indifferently, "The one on the ground is the devil suppressing pagoda. The one underground is the immortal suppressing pagoda." Although the devil suppressing pagoda's ability to imprison devils was inferior, it was merely an imitation of the immortal suppressing pagoda made by the ancestors of the Xianyuan Palace. But in fact, the difference is more than one level. Suppressing immortal pagoda. What is it? Sun Shaosheng frowned. Although he had found the white-robed monk on the 6th floor, he had felt at least 4 terrifying gazes on the first 5 floors. Those gazes were far stronger than those of the demons in the demon-suppressing pagoda. Su Zijuan did not continue. "Sun Shaosheng, I will send you out of the palace later. Don't tell anyone about this matter. Just pretend that you don't know anything. It's up to you whether you want to go back to the place where you obtained Tao or go somewhere else." Brother Shaosheng smacked his lips and asked tentatively, "Nothing. The secret of the Heaven Sutra is on the monk." Su Zijuan took a deep look at Brother Shaosheng. "Your birth is specious, and no one knows your origin. Maybe you can find the answer from this monk." Thinking of the white-robed monk's heart-wrenching iron fist, Brother Shaosheng could not help but shudder. Boring. Sun Shaosheng's head was shaking. Su Zijuan waved her hand, and a golden light instantly sent him out of the Xianyuan secret realm. There were countless restrictions in the secret realm, and only the real Xianyuan royal bloodline could control them all. Su Zijuan's control of the Xianyuan secret realm was just like the control of the Radiance Tower of the Magician Association on the Inhuman domain. "I'm invincible. All division leaders, enter the palace for a meeting." At this time, the royal princess turned into a bloody light and instantly disappeared into the main hall of the Xianyuan Palace in the mountains. At this time, Chichikamaya still did not know what happened in the Xianyuan Palace. Because of this, the old turtle was in the building of the summit meeting with the 100 Tribulations Taoist. Before the meeting officially began, they asked for a tea room to discuss the tea ceremony, especially the green tea ceremony. Taoist, why don't I see the girl who represented the Taoist Association on the day of the Strength Conference? Chichikamaya suddenly asked with a smile. The 100 Tribulations Taoist said with a smile, "When did Elder Turtle start to be interested in older women?" Chichikamaya put down the teacup. If I didn't guess wrong, this girl's background is not small. I'm really shocked by the means of the Taoist Association. The 100 Tribulations Taoist was still smiling. This is not the work of the Taoist Association. It's a coincidence. The few Taoist elders accompanying them did not know what kind of riddle these two old fellows were playing. Even though they wanted to know what was behind the riddle, they were more curious about something else. Between the 100 Tribulations Taoist and the head of the Chichikamaya of the Xianyuan Palace, who was older. At this time, an agent of the administration knocked on the door respectfully and entered. 100 Tribulations Taoist, Elder Turtle, everyone. The meeting is about to start. Please follow me. The 100 Tribulations Taoist put down the teacup and suddenly said, "It seems to be quieter today. Are there fewer people?" The agent's face suddenly turned pale. He said in a low voice, "Today, many representatives haven't arrived yet." Oh, Chichikamaya frowned slightly. He knew there was more to it. The agent nodded and said in a lower voice, "According to the statistics, more than a quarter of the representatives left the city of abstinence before dawn. It seems to have been discussed beforehand." Chichikamaya and the 100 Tribulations Taoist looked at each other. The two old guys didn't say anything. They just nodded, got up, left their seats, and entered the meeting. Why are there so many empty seats? The preparation for entering the meeting was done, and they had waited for nearly an hour. It was almost 10:30 in the morning, but more than a quarter of the seats were still empty. In the media area, Madame Rin seemed to have sensed that something was going to happen. Then she checked the seat list in her hand and began to look for the representatives that hadn't arrived yet. Galyang Mountain, 13 ancient clans. The group from ancient Persia didn't come either. Nanyang Malloy? There aren't many left either. Almost 70% of the representatives from the non-Middle Continent are absent. So many? There aren't any representatives from Oceania left? Isn't this a little too much? At this moment, as the organizer of this Transcendence Summit, the Kelowna Authority, someone entered the meeting. It was the person in charge, Fire Cloud, Evil God. Run Xiling also withdrew her thoughts at this time and locked her eyes on the person in charge. The scene was extremely quiet. It was much quieter than any other day's summit meeting. At this time, Fire Cloud, Evil God, walked directly to the rostrum and waved his hand. The official spokesperson walked to the front of the rostrum with a solemn expression. "Everyone, before today's meeting officially begins, I'd like to explain some of the absence of representatives today." With that said, the spokesperson raised a document in his hand. "An hour ago, we received these messages. They were all messages from the absent delegations. These absent representatives expressed that they voluntarily gave up joining the World Transcendent Association. In the venue, everyone couldn't help but whisper to each other. They had been in the meeting for some time, so how could they not know that those people hadn't arrived? At this time, after confirming this matter from the spokesperson, they quickly thought of the plans of these absent representatives. These absent fellows were basically those who didn't get a single spot on the board of directors in the power conference earlier. Since they couldn't get a spot, then it was fine if they didn't join the Transcendent Association. There were many countries in the world, and there were strong and weak countries. A weak country had no advantage, but as an extraordinaire they didn't think so. Which extraordinaire wasn't a prideful person. They could be kings in their own fields, But once they joined the Transcendent Association, they wouldn't get any practical power. Instead, they would be restricted by the board of directors, so naturally they wouldn't be willing. Why not just leave and ignore this Transcendent Association? Originally, before this summit meeting, the extraordinaire circles all over the world were running their own businesses. The establishment of the Transcendent Association is based on the principle of voluntary participation. While working to protect the rights of extraordinaires, it is also committed to peaceful coexistence with humans. As for the representatives who gave up on joining, I personally feel sorry on behalf of the Kelowna Authority. But based on the principle of friendly coexistence, I hope that everyone here won't have any prejudice. After all, the live broadcast had already started, and it had to face the eyes of the whole world. Then, the spokesperson began to announce the first matter of the day. He didn't directly enter the agenda of the establishment of the Transcendent Association. Instead, he temporarily gave the speech to the Magician Association. The person on stage was the Ice Tower Master of the Magician Association. Until now, this blue-clothed beauty, one of the highest Tower Masters of the Magician Association, had spoken for the first time under the eyes of the public. The Ice Tower Master said a few things that directly ignited the public opinion of the entire Eurasian continent. First, the Ice Tower Master directly admitted that among the higher-ups of the Interpol, there were many people from the Magician Association. This indirectly admitted that the Magician Association had been secretly controlling the Eurasian continent all this time. Second, on behalf of the Interpol, she apologized to the people in Eurasian continent who had been involved in extraordinary incidents and announced that they would give more compensation to the victims. They even promised that if the victims' family members had the qualifications, they would be given priority in the first academy of the Magician Association. Third, regarding the vicious execution of extraordinary creatures that happened last night, they dealt with it. The results were as follows. 1. The person in charge of the Special Affairs Department will be held accountable. 2. The charges against the members of Ice Cream Pudding will be withdrawn. 3. A new department will be established to supervise the Special Affairs Department, and it will be temporarily named the Public Order Squad. The first batch of members of the Public Order Squad will be members of Ice Cream Pudding. 4. The Public Order Squad will be directly responsible to the Board of Directors of the Extraordinaire Association that will be established soon. As soon as these words came out, the public opinion in Eurasian continent was in an uproar. This Ice Lady is so bold. The Magician Association is such a huge organization, and they directly came out to admit their mistakes without any hesitation. This directly blocked the mouths of many people, right? The members of Ice Cream Pudding suddenly became members of the Public Order Squad. They already have a deep prejudice against transcendence. Will they really agree? Why not? What can they do if they don't agree? But if they agree, they will have some power. I just don't know how much power they will have. It's not certain if the rioting humans will accept this kind of treatment. It's better than causing extreme hatred. The rioting has spread to dozens of countries and hundreds of big cities. Next, we will officially enter the agenda of the establishment of the Extraordinaire Association. At this moment, the spokesperson replaced the Ice Tower Master on stage and said loudly, he would read out the organizational structure and rules of the World Extraordinaire Association one by one. There was also the most important draft of the Extraordinaire Treatment Bill. Boss Luo would not casually bring a strange man home. However, since he had agreed to treat him to a meal, he naturally could not just casually find a restaurant. At this moment, in a manor in a small seaside town in Britain, the servant girl was using a spoon to slowly pour boiling hot butter onto the steak that was gradually ripening. The aroma of fresh meat floated out of the kitchen. In the living room, the white-robed monk, Master Sanzang, wiped his saliva over and over again and kept saying that he had sinned. On the television screen, the scene of the Extraordinaire Summit was being broadcasted. Boss Luo was currently playing with a long box. This wooden box was quite old. The wood was so old that it looked like the wood of a sunken ship that had been picked up and dried under the sun. There was even a faint smell of decay. From what Master Sanzang said, this wooden box was called the Moonlight Treasure Box. It was said to be a mystical treasure box that could travel through time and space, bringing the holder to any time and space. It could help people resolve all their regrets. Traveling through time was not easy, but if it was just traveling through space, Luocio did not think that it was too difficult. Traveling through space was actually traveling through different subworlds. This kind of thing could be done through the cracks in the dimensions, but that was the domain of the strong who had broken through the limits of the subworlds. If one did not enter the dimensional void, they could only be imprisoned in the subworlds. However, there were still some mystical items that could allow people to travel between different subworlds. If not counting the shop's critical gate, Boss Luo had previously encountered another item that could help people travel between different subworlds, the Horus Ring. So, Master Sanzang used the power of the treasure box to come to this time and space. Boss Luo directly returned the treasure box to the white-robed Master Sanzang and asked casually. Master Sanzang smiled awkwardly and put away the treasure box with a flash of his hand. Then he looked left and right and made a shushing gesture before saying sneakily, "Shh. Actually, it's not like that. I just wanted to see if the treasure box could bring me directly to the Tempest Temple. You see, these 81 difficulties are really troublesome. Along the way, the male demons are fierce, the female demons want to sleep with me, and my disciples don't let me be at ease. Using the treasure box's power to directly reach the end of the journey to the west, Boss Luo could not help but be stunned. This Master Sanzang unexpectedly had a lot of ideas. Eat first, Master Sanzang." Boss Luo smiled slightly and stood up. "The food is ready." "Good." Master Sanzang slammed the table and stood up. "Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha stays in the heart." "Very good." Chapter 2047. Venerable Sanzang was clearly not used to using knives and forks. Seeing him pick up a table knife as if it was a battle saber and a fork as if it was a halberd, Miss Maid smiled and began to carefully cut the steak on the plate before scooping it out. Boss Luo handed him another pair of chopsticks. The Venerable Sanzang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that this was the best reception he had received since his journey west, not counting the time when his brother, the Emperor of Tang of the East, sent him off. The maid was as beautiful as a painting, and the host was generous, so he was excited and ate first as a form of respect. Perhaps he was really hungry, for his sharp teeth immediately began to tear the meat in his mouth. She gobbled up the food and even ate Boss Luo's share. Seeing this, the servant girl hurriedly went back to the kitchen and continued to make steak. Because it was a discount, they had bought quite a lot of steak today. However, this was a matter of slow work, and the Venerable Sanzang was naturally impatient. He could only say that he couldn't wait and wanted to drink wine. Boss Luo poured wine for the Venerable Sanzang using a luminous glass. Venerable Sanzang was clearly not worried when the wine entered his intestines. He drank 4 cups of wine in a row, his face flushed, and he was satisfied. He was slightly tipsy. The Venerable Sanzang spoke the truth after drinking, complaining about his bitter experiences on the journey west. He was very much like those old social animals who didn't want to go home after work and only wanted to go to the bar to complain about their midlife crisis. Why wasn't Wukong a female monkey? It was said that female monkeys were more obedient and likable. Second brother had too much of an appetite. He couldn't even handle begging for alms 4 times in the morning, noon, and night. He didn't even know how many part-time jobs he had to take to barely survive on the journey west. Third brother was good, but he was really trash. How could a master stand in front to protect a disciple? If someone were to die, shouldn't the disciple die first? However, being able to wash his master's underwear was still acceptable. Fourth brother. It was fine not to mention fourth brother, because fourth brother liked to poop and find fillies the most. For this, the master and disciples had racked their brains. He said that Sister Bodhisattva's tea skills were very good, and that Brother Rulai's hairstyle was really ugly. They all wanted to be bald. So why did he have to be fashionable? Brother Emperor of the Great Tang is still the best. He often has long conversations with him, drinking wine and chatting merrily. The only thing missing is sharing the harem. Sure enough, they are good brothers. Much better than those painted on the Xuanwu Gate. Oh, is the beef ready again? The journey to the west was really tiring. Full on, go on. My name is Sanzong, Zong as in funeral. Fuck you. Huff, 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 huff. This mage is an interesting person, Miss Maid said with a smile as she cleaned up the tableware. Seeing that the mage was drunk and sleeping soundly on the table, Adam went downstairs and carried the mage to the guest room to rest. Hey, where are you going, monster? Quickly put down the gold, silver, and valuables and allow this little monk to redeem you. Probably because he was drunk, the mage let out a deafening roar in the guest room. Then he turned around and went back to sleep. Boss Luo wanted to digest his food after the meal. Seeing that the grass on the lawn outside was a little long, he simply went to the tool room to get a lawn mower. Wearing a straw hat to block the sun, he began to walk slowly on the lawn to relieve his stress. The Supernatural Summit was still in session, so he could still watch it here. There was no problem with the organizational structure discussion, so it was done in one go. After that, it was the Security Council's matter. In the power conference, other than luck, there was also one's fists. Those with bigger fists had bigger voices, so there was no problem. In fact, what they were most concerned about was whether the Supernatural Association would be able to provide monetary support, as well as whether there would be mutual exchanges. However, these matters were not suitable to be discussed during a live broadcast. Therefore, they had drafted a small meeting after the summit to discuss these matters. In the end, under the increasingly impatient gaze of Kelowna Shinryu, the evil god of Fire Cloud had no choice but to brace himself and propose to set up a special shifter zone in Kelowna. Instantly, it received the unanimous approval of all the shifter leaders. The other representatives did not have any objections, especially the Magician Association, because they had the inhuman territory. However, the location of the special shifter zone was a problem that needed careful consideration. If they could not decide on it during the summit, they would discuss it later. There was no problem with the shifter zone. This time the plan was to be made, not drawn, so there was no problem. Then, it was time to discuss the draft of the supernatural bill. When humans committed crimes, they were punished by the laws of their respective countries. Since the supernatural had an organization, there should naturally be laws. These laws were not the original rules of their respective circles, the rules of the so-called sects or the teachings of the tribes. It was a law that applied to all transcendents. This would take a long time to discuss, at least not today. It was rather boring, so Kelowna Shinryu lowered his head and played with his phone. The sun was still shining brightly in Kelowna, and the British had already ushered in the night before. The moon hung high in the sky. It was not long after the 15th, and the moon was still quite round. Although it was late at night, it felt like an afternoon nap. Wizard Sanzong rubbed his head as he walked out. He saw Boss Luo reading under a tree in the courtyard outside, so he walked over. Miss Maid was gently sitting beside Boss Luo to accompany him. Wizard Sanzong glanced at the book and realized that he could not understand the words on it. So he simply took out a futon and sat under the tree in a daze. Wizard Sanzong kept looking at the tree above his head. Suddenly, he asked if the tree would bear fruit. Boss Luo was not angry that his reading was interrupted. He just casually said that it was just a green tree and would not bear any fruit. Wizard Sanzong said, "Amit Ba, what a pity." "Why is it a pity?" Boss Luo asked curiously. Wizard Sanzang's interest was immediately piqued. He began to talk about the glorious achievements of the master and disciples in a place called Five Immortals Temple. I grabbed one of those ginseng fruits with each hand and held one in my mouth. It felt so good. If the fruit did not take so long to bear fruit, I would definitely go and grab it a few more times. Boss Luo sized up Wizard Sanzong again. Boss Luo had actually grown up listening to the story of the journey to the West. Central TV even replayed it every summer, but it did not seem to be available for the past few years. It seemed like the age of the young people of his generation was about to pass. However, Wizard Sanzang's journey to the West was probably the opposite. "This is not Five Immortals Temple," Boss Luo said with a smile. "There's nothing valuable here." Wizard Sanzong smiled awkwardly. Then he shifted his butt. In his wide kasaya, there was a piece of soap for washing his hands. He had stolen it from the guest room's washroom. "May I know the great immortal's name?" Wizard Sanzong suddenly sat up straight, his expression solemn. Boss Luo shook his head. "I'm not an immortal. I'm just a businessman." Wizard Sanzang's expression immediately changed. His face turned pale as he hurriedly said, "Oh no, I just came out and I've lost both the person and the money. Can I put the inn's room on credit? You said you would treat me to a meal." Boss Luo could not help but be stunned. Wizard Sanzong said in puzzlement, "There are so many rooms here, and they're unprecedentedly exquisite. The owner must have put in a lot of effort to decorate this place. Could it be that only 2 people are staying here? Isn't it a little too wasteful?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "Wizard, you're right. It's indeed a little wasteful. However, I like peace and quiet. There's naturally no problem with fewer people." Wizard Sanzong immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Rich, willful. Role model for my generation." The rich one was clearly not the boss, but the servant lady who owned properties in various subworlds. The servant lady stood up with a smile, saying that she was going to make some tea. Wizard Sanzong immediately muttered, Demoness, there's no such outstanding demoness on the road to the West." He hurriedly chanted the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, saying that he could only resist by visualizing his beloved Bodhisattva. Boss Luo suddenly asked, "Wizard, where did you obtain the Moonlight Treasure Box?" Wizard Sanzong directly said that a demoness had given it to him as a token of love. He had not planned on accepting it, but he did not expect the demoness to humiliate him with her large breasts, forcing him to accept it. In the end, he could only reluctantly accept it. Boss Luo thought for a moment and said, "I'm somewhat interested in this treasure box. If you're willing, you can use it to exchange for something for me." Wizard Sanzong thought for a moment and said, "Can I exchange it for something else?" Boss Luo shook his head. "Then I won't exchange it." Wizard Sanzong shook his head as well. "I'm afraid that the original owner of the treasure box will look at it with a knife and say that he gave it to me by mistake." Boss Luo did not mind and asked casually, "Wizard, where do you plan on going next?" Master Sanzang thought about it and sighed. "It looks like we can only continue heading west. Little Monk's blessings are all on the Western Paradise. If we don't reach the Western Paradise, Brother Rulai won't give Little Monk a salary." "I can send you to the Western Paradise," Boss Luo said suddenly. "You'll be there in one stop." "Really?" Wizard Sanzong immediately jumped up, his heart pounding and his eyes shining. However, he immediately sat down again and looked around before whispering sneakily, "Sir, you can get a demoness for free, but you can't speak carelessly. Brother Rulai has long ears and can hear you." "Then I don't think he can control me," Boss Luo said with a smile. "Of course, I usually can't control that person." Wizard Sanzong seemed to be tempted. His breathing quickened and his expression changed. However, in the end, he shook his head vigorously, like a deflated balloon. No, I still can't. The gods in the heavens are watching me. If I'm discovered, I won't be able to explain myself." Boss Luo joked, "Didn't you also want to use the treasure box to get everything done in one go?" Wizard Sanzong sighed and said, "That's why I came to this strange place. This is my punishment. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid that you'll trick me. Boss Luo was a Buddhist businessman, so he didn't insist. After a non-committal smile, he suddenly stretched out his hand. Wizard, Sanzong blinked. At that moment, a fruit suddenly appeared on the tree crown above his head. The fruit fell directly into Boss Luo's palm. My treat, Boss Luo said with a smile. It'll relieve boredom. Wizard Sanzong took it with both hands and took a bite. He smiled and said, It's much worse than Brother Zenuanzi's fruit, but it still tastes good. Boss Luo did not mind and continued flipping through his book. Wizard Sanzong ate the fruit bite by bite. It was actually just a slightly sweeter pear. As he ate, the wizard's eyes began to look around randomly. He suddenly saw a string of prayer beads on Boss Luo's wrist. He was stunned and asked curiously, Benefactor, where did you get this bracelet? Boss Luo glanced at the prayer beads on his wrist and smiled. An elder gave it to me. It's good stuff. Wizard Sanzong nodded. Buddhism does not exist in this world, and there's almost no Buddhist power. However, this prayer bead still has Buddhist nature. It must be a relic of an accomplished monk. Boss Luo suddenly smiled and said, Wizard, are you interested in this bracelet? As he spoke, Boss Luo even took off the prayer beads on his wrist. Wizard Sanzang's eyes lit up. I heard that there are 2 bad guys in front of the Tempest Temple who won't give me treasures or entry. This little monk thinks that it's not a good idea to freeload on this journey to the west. I've already used up all the money, gold, cassock, and staff that Big Brother Emperor gave me. I was just worrying about how to deal with those 2 bad guys in the future. Thank you, Benefactor. He offered it with both hands. Boss Luo smiled. He passed the prayer beads from his left hand to his right, and then to his left wrist. I didn't say I'd give it to you. Wizard Sanzang's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open. He slapped his head and stood up, saying angrily, Hey, you're a bad guy too. He was angry. Boss Luo, however, looked ahead. It was the servant girl who had returned with the brewed tea. He only had eyes for her now. Wizard Sanzong became bored and sat down again. He smacked his lips and chanted, Color is not emptiness. Emptiness is not color. Sister Rin, Shao Shi, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll buy some groceries after work. Shao Shi, thank you, Sister Rin. Anything is fine as long as I can eat my fill. I'm not picky. Sister Rin, Shao Shi is a good girl, but Shao Shi needs more nutrition. Look at you. You're so thin. You won't grow if you don't eat more. Shao Shi. Kelowna Shinryu glanced at her breasts. Who hasn't grown? Your son didn't even blink when he saw them last time, all right? Throwing her phone on the table, Kelowna Shinryu's gaze landed on the conference room below. Then she yawned, thinking that she probably didn't need to come to tomorrow's conference. At this moment, there were some strange sounds coming from the conference room. The entire conference room fell silent as if something had happened. Long Shirwa frowned. She saw the conference room's big screen suddenly turn black. A few seconds later, the screen lit up again. A man wearing a mask engraved with a moon pattern appeared in front of the screen. What happened? Who is this? Just when everyone thought this was a special program, the 2 tower masters of the Magician Association, Red Flame and Ice Han, suddenly stood up. They were too familiar with the outfit of the man on the screen. The member of the club who attacked the Magician Association headquarters that day was dressed like this. Everyone, this is the first time we meet. Let me introduce myself. It was a voice that had been processed. They couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. They only heard the moon mask slowly say, You can call me Moon Seat. I'm from the Michael Club. Sure enough, Red Flame and Ice Han frowned at the same time. Fire Cloud, Evil God frowned. Long Shirwa frowned. Some transcendents who vaguely knew the existence of this club also frowned. I'll announce a few things. Moon Seat directly said, The New World Alliance will be officially established today. The headquarters of the alliance will be in Oceania. As for the list of member states, I don't think I need to explain it in detail. In an instant, the conference room of the Transcendent Summit was dead silent. The list of member states. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew why so many Transcendents were absent from today's meeting. Those guys had joined the New World Alliance. The second thing is that we plan to create a paradise for Transcendents. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. I also drank some wine. Go to sleep, good night. Chapter 2048. The second thing is that we intend to create a paradise for extraordinaries. The end of all things is evolution, and extraordinaries are the direction of human evolution. We welcome all friends who are committed to the development of extraordinaries to join us. Poaching. It was a blatant attempt to poach people. Although the New World Alliance did not announce the benefits and obligations of any of its members, and only said that it was to explore the path of evolution, the actions of the Kelowna Authority during the Extraordinary Summit meeting were clearly meant to poach people. Moreover, the New World Alliance had clearly poached many people. Today, more than a quarter of the delegates were absent, and most of them had become the first batch of people to join the New World Alliance. This was probably premeditated, or else a quarter of the delegates would not be absent at the summit meeting. However, when did the New World Alliance begin to deploy all of this? There was not even a single leak of information, which was really surprising. At the summit meeting, where the representatives of Underwater City were, Riaz and Lyoga could not help but look at each other. They almost simultaneously thought of the first day of the summit meeting, the young man who called himself Gongsun Jishuei and contacted Underwater City in private. During the conversation on that day, Gongsun Jishuei had vaguely revealed his tone of trying to rope in Underwater City. It seems that Gongsun Jishuei wanted to rope us into the New World Alliance that day. The possibility is more than 80%. In the Spirit Black Room, the Prince of Underwater City and the Witch of Underwater City were whispering. In the venue, everyone was also whispering because Seat of the Moon projected on the big screen gave too little information. Third, the venue suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes fell on the big screen. Seat of the Moon's voice slowly sounded. The New World Alliance has only one purpose, and that is that extraordinaries should be above everything else. In an instant, several gazes in the venue focused at the same time, and the expressions of the extraordinaries changed slightly, but they quickly suppressed it and became silent, because the wording of should be was very subtle. Then, New World Alliance, sorry to disturb you. Seat of the Moon's voice finally sounded with a hint of a smile. At the same time, we are here to congratulate the establishment of the Extraordinary Association today. Following the last message, the big screen instantly dimmed. When it returned to normal, it was already showing the live broadcast of the summit meeting. Fire Cloud, Evil God, instantly exhaled. It was the World Extraordinary Association, not the Extraordinary Association. The difference between the two words, world, was like the difference between heaven and earth. The former was a worldwide organization, while the latter could only be reduced to a regional organization. It was meant to tear the soon-to-be-established association apart from the world. Fire Cloud, Evil God glanced forward, seeing the unnatural expressions on the representatives' faces. He sighed inwardly, knowing that today's summit meeting could no longer continue. Everyone, let's pause today's meeting. Without saying anything else, the evil god of Fire Cloud had his people turn off the live broadcast for the day. As for the local media, they were arranged to leave as well. However, the representatives of the various countries in the venue did not leave. They were discussing, but what exactly they were discussing and what they were discussing was probably not something that could be casually revealed to others. Ren, Xiling glanced at the closed door of the conference center. At this time, the various media did not leave immediately. Instead, They waited quietly outside the conference center so that they could get first-hand information when the door of the conference center opened. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a long time. Let's work overtime. Auntie Rin shook her head and sent a short message to Xiaoxi, saying that, because of work, she could not go over at night and that she was sorry. Then I'll go order lunch. Lizzie took the initiative to say. Ren Xiling did not have the mood to complain about Lizzie at this time and just nodded. Hotel. After turning off the TV that had been switched to an advertisement program, Mr. Poulin picked up a cup of hot water and slowly drank it while blowing on it. He used to drink cold water or ice water, but these days he was used to drinking plain water. He heard that the effect of soaking a herb called wolfberry in plain water was better. At this time, Mr. Poulin looked at the red-haired girl beside him, Riaz. It was still the very selling female high school uniform with thin, black stockings. Since the end of the power conference, this girl from the secret society had been following him. You seem to be a little strange about this new world, Mr. Poulin suddenly said, because he noticed one thing, that was when the seat of the moon appeared, claimed to be from the Michael Club, and announced the establishment of the New World Alliance. Riaz's expression obviously changed a little. It was surprise, not doubt, and even a little realization later. Facing Mr. Poulin's question, Riaz pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Since you promised to be a recorder, it doesn't matter if I tell you some things. You can come in contact with them in the future anyway. Mr. Poulin sat down obediently. Riaz said in a crisp voice, This New World Alliance also existed in other subworlds. Moreover, every time the New World Alliance appears, it also means that the world will welcome the end. Mr. Poulin did not have much of a reaction to the end, but he was curious about the connection between the New World Alliance. You mean, this Star Alliance is an organization that spans across different subworlds? Riaz shook her head. The New World Alliance is not, but the one behind it, the Michael Club, might be. Might be, because there is not enough evidence to prove that they are the same organization. Maybe they just have overlapping names. After all, before they are completely unified, Poulin can have countless of them. Mr. Poulin thought for a while, then asked tentatively, Are you going to tell me about this club? Of course. Riaz nodded. The secret society has always been investigating the actions of the Michael Club, or else we wouldn't have so much information about the New World Alliance and the club behind it. Since the New World Alliance and the Michael Club have appeared in the subworld, as a recorder under the secret society, it is naturally necessary for you to record everything and find the source. Sounds troublesome. Mr. Poulin shook his head. I suddenly feel like resigning. Riaz suddenly sneered. What do you think the secret society is? You can join and leave as you please. Teacher Poulin smiled and didn't mention this matter again. Instead, he rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said slowly, You said that every time a new world appears, it will bring about the end of the subworld. Behind the New World Alliance, there must be the shadow of the Michael Club. That is to say, the appearance of this club will bring about the end of the world. Then why is it doing this? This is also one of the answers we need to find, Riaz said seriously. Based on our long observation, we found that in the history of the different subworlds that exist in the Michael Club, it all appeared out of nowhere. And the first to appear must be the guy who calls himself the Fool, Riaz said with a straight face. The Fool? What's his purpose? Riaz shook her head. We don't know, but I'm afraid it's not for the unification of the legends. Because when the world comes to an end, the legends will be destroyed. This is self-destruction. But with so many, the Fool, doing the same thing, only when a super strong person wants to unify all the legends would they choose to do the same thing in a large number of subworlds and spread their own legends. This, the Fool, seems to be quite contradictory to you, right? Mr. Poulin seemed to have noticed something. Riaz said, In my opinion, that the Fool is more like the agent of the will of the subworld, or rather, the wielder of the end of the civilization. What do you mean? Riaz said, When the civilization of each subworld reaches its peak, it will collapse. The world will be destroyed, and then a new civilization will be born. The destruction of one subworld after another also means the birth of one subworld after another. And the subworld that has this club must have reached the end of its civilization. Mr. Poulin frowned. According to what you said, our current subworld has reached its end? Riaz shook her head. That's hard to say. Mr. Poulin said directly, "Tell me about it." Riaz said, "Based on what I saw, the records of the previous scribes of this subworld, this civilization should be far from reaching its end, because the technological civilization here still has a lot of potential to be unearthed. But the strange thing is, this civilization is clearly on the path of science, but there are a lot of supernatural systems at the same time, so overall it looks very chaotic." You said chaotic, right? Yes, I said it. Riaz looked up and said, looking at the countless subworlds in the dimensional void, most of the subworld civilizations are on a single path. Even if there are mixed paths occasionally, it should be two similar paths that complement each other. But this world is different. It's too chaotic. There are too many legends here, extreme, and the upper limit is very high. Most importantly, the underwater city that was supposed to be the previous civilization has been preserved until now, and the whole world can still develop steadily until now under the collision of so many different power systems. It's a stitched monster. But since the club has appeared and successfully created the New World Alliance, according to past practice, this civilization is indeed likely to meet its end. If you say that, Earthling will cry, Mr. Poulin said directly. And too empirical. Riaz sighed. You just need to remember these things. You will gradually understand more things in the future. Also, I will arrange for you to meet another scribe in the short term. The two of you can discuss the areas that you are responsible for. What about you? Mr. Poulin could not help but ask curiously. I will have other arrangements, Riaz said calmly. And remember one thing, I'm your boss now. What I do is not up to you to tell me what to do. Mr. Poulin blinked and said, Do I still need to introduce my student to you? Riaz suddenly showed an exasperated expression and glared at Mr. Poulin. Mr. Poulin thought that the girl was quite cute when she was angry. The thin black socks were also very pleasing to the eye. At this time, Riaz suddenly asked, Do you really have a way to introduce me? Mr. Poulin opened his mouth and then smiled bitterly. I'm just bragging. Don't take it seriously. Riaz looked deeply at Mr. Poulin and then said calmly, You can go out. I want to rest. Transcendent Summit Conference Center. The media guarding the door could not get any information from the transcendent delegations that left later, because when they appeared, these delegates directly asked the people from the Kelowna Authority to clear the place. Then they got in the car and left. There was no room for interviews. However, these delegates who left all looked solemn. It seemed that this closed-door discussion did not go well. The transcendent delegations returned to their respective hotels in silence, in front of the hotel assigned by the Black Order. As soon as they got out of the car, a few black-robed nuns immediately came forward. Master Lamiaz. Lamiaz's face was still a little pale, and the tiredness in her eyes was quite strong. She only woke up on the second day of the kidnapping case. During the power conference, the Shinryu of Kelowna was very harsh. I heard that I even got the title of Top 3. How ironic. Let's go up first. Lamiaz nodded and signaled for everyone to follow. As soon as they returned to the room, a black-robed nun came forward and said with a serious expression, Master Lamiaz, here is an ensigned mail that suddenly appeared in the room. It's for you. Lamiaz immediately opened the mail. However, she only opened the envelope and looked inside, but did not take out the document inside. She saw the words New World printed on the document. The chief of the Black Order pondered for a moment, then directly sealed the envelope and said indifferently, I'll take a look at it later. That fellow, has he woken up? He has woken up, but... The black-robed nun hesitated for a moment, then said with an unnatural expression, But his emotions are not very stable. He's cursing me, Lamiaz said indifferently. We have already sealed his mouth. The black-robed nun quickly said. Lamia sat down and waved her hand. "Bring him here. I have something to talk to him about alone." The black-robed nuns left. Taking advantage of the empty space, Lamia still did not take out the document in the mail. She did not need to look at it to know what was in the mail. This was actually an olive branch from the New World Alliance. However, Lamia's was not very interested in the New World Alliance for the time being. In her opinion, the potential of the Transcendent Association was obviously greater. As for the reason, there was no reason. It was purely a kind of intuition, a woman's sixth sense, which was also a sixth sense developed through psychic combat. There were only 3 things she was curious about now. First, who was the one who wanted to kidnap her after the power conference? Second, who was the one who saved her in the kidnapping case? Third, Satyr, especially the matter about Satyr. At the scene of the power conference, Lamia's used Phantom Demon Emperor Fist to make Satyr self-destruct. She completely understood the cause and effect of how Satyr could survive until now after the destruction of the Twilight of the Gods in the Holy Dominion. However, what Lamia's cared about was not Satyr, the guy who survived from that era. If Satyr did not appear again, Lamia's would not recall the memory of him. What she cared about was the way Satyr returned to the modern world. He was summoned from the world of the dead by a black uncle wizard. Then, could it be that, through the world of the dead as Oron Satyr, it could be used to locate and enter the world of the dead in reverse? As for the world of the dead, was it only connected to this world? Or, Chapter 2049. Ever since she escaped, a feeling of nowhere to go and nowhere to escape began to grow in Lamia's heart. This feeling was not strong at first, but as the time she spent in the modern world extended, the feeling of being suppressed by something became more and more intense. She even had the idea of breaking away from the world in her dreams. Although she was sealed in the crystal wall, she did not stop cultivating her battle will. But in fact, her battle will had stopped progressing since a long time ago. She spent a lot of time on it, but it did not even change the nature of her battle will. As for the quantity, it did not increase much either. The world limited her, or it could be said that she had reached the limit allowed by the world. No, it's far from the limit. Kelowna Shinryu is far stronger than me now. But I have indeed reached the end of my battle will. The spark of thought suddenly lit up in Lamia's spiritual world. What I have reached should be the first limit. There is probably an invisible second limit in this world. Only Kelowna Shinryu has reached this stage. The strong knew their destiny. At this moment, Lord Lamia's, the person has been brought. Lamia's spark of thought was instantly extinguished. She responded calmly, "Let him in." Satyr was tied up and gagged at the same time. He was placed on a chair at this time, staring at Lamia's with resentment. "I heard that after you woke up, you have been scolding me, right?" Lamia's removed the shackles from Satyr's mouth, "but I don't want to apologize for what I did in the past." Lamia's, "Even if I die, even if I am dragged into the abyss of the underworld and burned by the endless flames of hell, I will curse you, curse you. The underworld is long gone, isn't it?" Lamia's pulled a chair and sat with her legs crossed. Not only the underworld, but the sanctuary and Mount Pantheon have long been destroyed. Today, I am afraid that you are the only warrior of the goddess left. Satyr gritted his teeth and remained silent. Lamia's ran her fingers through her hair. "How about I make a deal with you? Help me do something, and I'll find a way to help you heal the injuries on your body." Satyr sneered. Lamia's continued, "You can only rely on yourself when it comes to spiritual wounds. However, with the technology of the Black Order, it's easy to repair physical wounds. At the very least, you have to live like a man, a warrior with a bright future." Satyr remained silent. It was impossible for him to let go of this hatred. But if he wanted revenge, he needed freedom. Despite the anger in his heart, Satyr knew very well that he could only endure the humiliation and feign civility with Lamia's, just like how he was willing to become the exclusive property of a certain demon lord in order to survive in the world of the dead. Everything was for revenge. You seem to have made up your mind, right? Lamias said calmly. What do you want me to help you with? Lamia smiled and said, First of all, how much do you know about the world of the dead? Your purpose is the world of the dead. You want to go to the world of the dead? Satyr frowned. Go through me and enter in reverse. Lamias was a little surprised, but not too surprised. She nodded directly. Tell me more about the world of the dead first. Untie me first, Satyr said calmly. I need an equal deal and food. Soon, a black-robed nun brought some food and Satyr was untied. However, at this time, Lamias also had a very exaggerated silver pistol in her hand. The pistol was casually placed on her thigh, but the muzzle was always aimed at Satyr's chest. You can introduce it now, Lamias said with a chuckle. As the name suggests, the world of the dead is a world of the dead, Satyr thought at this time and said, but it is different from the underworld we know. The people in the world of the dead are already dead, but at the same time, they are also living people. What do you mean? In the world of the dead, I will feel hungry, weak, injured, and need to rest, but at the same time, I can also practice fighting spirit. Everything is no different from when I was in the sanctuary. Because you fell into it from the saint level, Lamias tried to explain. In fact, you didn't enter the world of the dead through death. Satyr shook his head. Those who originally lived in the world of the dead, like me, will feel hungry and need to rest. So it's just called the world of the dead, but it doesn't really collect people who are already dead. It collects the dead, except for me. All the people who are already dead. It should be said that the people I have always met are already dead. Oh, I met a few people I knew. One of them was even my former teacher, Satyr said seriously, but they have already died in battle. It's not the underworld that collects the dead, but the dead are still alive at the same time? Lamias muttered. Interesting world, is there more? You mentioned that the one who imprisoned you was a demon lord. How powerful is this demon lord in the world of the dead? That guy's territory is not even in the world of the dead, Satyr shook his head and said, but even so, that guy's territory is very large. How big is the world of the dead? After I escaped from that guy's territory, I walked for a long time, but I only entered a few similar territories. I'm afraid it's not even 100th or even 1,000th of the world of the dead. I have never seen such a vast world. Its size is even beyond my knowledge. Lamias actually knew a lot of secrets. Although she couldn't move after being sealed in the crystal wall, she was regarded as their ancestor by the Socius God clan. Thanks to these guys from the Socius God clan who kept inquiring about the outside world, Lamias actually knew a lot of secrets. Especially after the holy kingdom of the destroyed Greek gods was transformed into the inhuman territory, she inquired about all kinds of miscellaneous information. If the modern world was the main world, then the inhuman domain was a unique, small world that was attached to the edge of the main world. It was a fragment of the main world's history that was cut out from the main world's poneglyph. At first, she thought that the world of the dead might be a similar fragment world, but it didn't seem to be the case. Even if it was a fragment world evolved from a fragment of history, it couldn't be larger than the main world. A world of the dead that was much larger than the main world? Do you know how this world of the dead was formed? Satyr shook his head. I said that I haven't even explored 1,000th of the land. In fact, the world of the dead is a very empty place. If you leave the city, it's hard to meet a stranger outside. After I escaped, I was wanted and couldn't enter the city. I could only hide in the wild. So, you're much less useful than I thought. Lamias chuckled. Satyr said indifferently, Even if I don't know much, I have lived in it for many years. I have the experience of surviving in the world of the dead that you can't imagine. Lamias suddenly said, You can come back through the summoning ritual. That is to say, the creatures of the world of the dead can also. Well, the tribal wizard who summoned you, I think I can talk to him. That guy can only summon the lowest dead in the wild through the ritual. This kind of dead definitely doesn't know as much as I do, Satyr said with a sneer. I need more useful information. Lamiez shook her head. Satyr gritted his teeth. I lived in the castle of the demon lord for a while. That demon and it occasionally revealed some secrets about the world of the dead. The low dead in the wild definitely doesn't know more secrets than a demon lord. For example, Satyr knew that if he didn't throw out some useful information, it would be difficult to convince Lamiez. He thought for a while and said, I heard that the world of the dead is essentially a world of losers. These losers came to the world of the dead because they failed to find something. It also said that in fact the world of the dead may be the portal before finding that thing. Something? What is it? You know this kind of thing, right? Satyr didn't say anything. Lamiez slowly pulled the trigger of the silver pistol in her hand. The cartridge turned. Satyr didn't respond. Lamiez suddenly stood up and said casually, Let's call it a day. I think you are tired. I will ask someone to send you to rest. Satyr, who was sent away, was much quieter and no longer cursed. At this time, Lamiez took out the document in the mysterious mail and read it carefully. A black-robed nun was serving her at this time, but she didn't look sideways. After a long time, Lamiez slowly sighed. The delegation of the tribe that summoned Satyr seems to be in the list of absentees in today's summit meeting. Lady Lamiez, do you want to find the delegation of this tribe? The black-robed nun responded quickly. Well, they should have gone to the New World Alliance, or they are still on the way. Lamiez said directly, Let's see if we can find them. The wizards of this tribe are not powerful, but wizards have always been quite strange, so we need to pay more attention. I will arrange it right away. Seeing the black-robed nun hurried out, Lamiez fell into deep thought again. If she really couldn't find them, she was afraid that she could only go to the New World Alliance in person. After all, the ritual used to summon Satyr should still be in the hands of that old wizard, Black Uncle. If she wanted to reverse the ritual, she naturally needed to use that old wizard. Only the world of the losers? Lamiez muttered to herself. What does that mean? Because they were 7 time zones apart, it was already late at night in the seaside town of Britain. However, Wizard Trizang said, Why sleep? He's only 18 years old and has plenty of energy. Get up and have fun. Thus, Boss Luo, who was gradually becoming more lively and cheerful, snapped his fingers. Instantly, a crack appeared above Wizard Trizang's head, and books were thrown at him. Soon, Wizard Trizang was piled up in a mountain of books. Not only were there books, but there were also some DVDs and the like. Wizard Trizang curiously grabbed a book and flipped it open, looking it up and down for a long time. Only then did he realize that he had flipped the book upside down. Wizard Trizang said shyly. He didn't recognize any of the words in the book, let alone their meaning. Boss Luo said that these were simplified Chinese words that only appeared in Kelowna's modern era. This is called Journey to the West. Boss Luo casually picked up a hardcover book. Other than the words Journey to the West on the cover, there was also the words Collector's Edition. No. Wizard Trizang shook his head fiercely and said, I don't understand. Boss Luo smiled casually and waved his finger. A ray of light shot into Wizard Trizang's forehead. Wizard can now easily read these simplified Chinese words. These are all stories about Journey to the West, as well as some derivative works. I think it should be enough for Wizard to pass the time. Wizard Trizang grabbed another DVD and looked at it. Good, this time he really understood it. Crazy Love Sage. Oh, about Yukon? He grabbed another DVD. On the cover was written, Journey to the West Epilogue, No Ghosts and Animals Edition. There's even an epilogue? Wizard Trizang grabbed a few more books and looked at the covers. He immediately exclaimed with interest, These are all written by later generations. The story of the little monk's journey to the west? Boss Luo smiled and said, "Here, wizard should first appear in the story. Then there are these stories and works." Wizard Trizang didn't seem to hear this. He took off his kasaya and wrapped up all the books and DVDs on the ground. Then he carried them into the room. "Master, shall we let Wizard live here temporarily?" Miss Maid appeared. Boss Luo said casually, "Is there a better place than here?" Miss Maid shook her head. Boss Luo looked at the time and said, "Then let's leave it at that for now. Eve should be able to take care of Wizard. Also, for the time being, let Eve and Adam disconnect from the modern world's internet." Miss Maid smiled and said, "I've already given the order." Boss Luo said again, "Since you've agreed to your student's request and let Night Mechanism gain a foothold in the Security Council, find a time to deal with it. I'll go back and deal with it personally." Miss Maid nodded. "You go back first." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "Lady Nan has probably waited for a long time. As for me, I want to go to New World Alliance to take a look." Miss Maid raised her eyebrows slightly and said softly, "Master, are you interested in New World Alliance?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "You can't say this casually. I'm just curious. If I'm really interested, I'm afraid I'll make things difficult for Araya. This child actually has it tough." Then Boss Luo added, "This script should be finalized." At this moment, a wizard's roar came from the room. "TSK, this old Wu is really a good-for-nothing. He actually wrote that I've wrongly married the sister of the Queen of Womanland. Bullsh *T. Isn't Womanland beautiful? This phrase is well written. My sister of the Queen is definitely beautiful." In front of the window, the wizard scratched his head and was very happy. The boss and Miss Maid smiled at each other and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 2050. Both Fire Cloud, Evil God, and Long Shirwa had a notice about the New World Alliance. It was not because the Kelowna Agency's intelligence system was so advanced that it had collected a lot of information in just a few hours. This was actually downloaded from the internet. Moreover, anyone could easily download this notice. It was widely spread on major platforms around the world. Any transcendent, as long as they had this notice, could join the New World Alliance. Even ordinary people can join? When Shinryu of Kelowna saw this, she began to frown and muttered, "These guys, what are they trying to do? Rebooting the world's political system?" What's even more incredible is that Oceania's Australia has directly announced that it will join the New World Alliance. Fire Cloud, Evil God, shook his head. "I didn't expect this club to have such a terrifying infiltration into the country of ordinary people. But considering the geographical location of Oceania, it was soon relieved. Oceania's geographical location was relatively independent and isolated, unlike Europa and Kelowna, which were completely connected plates. And Oceania's transcendent power had always been a rather poor type." Fire Cloud, Evil God, thought for a moment and said, "I've arranged for a few agents to start to infiltrate the New World Alliance, but it will take time to find out anything." Shinryu of Kelowna did not seem to be worried about the appearance of the New World Alliance. Instead, she said noncommittally, "But what do they want to do? They can't step into Kelowna." "Of course, after all, we have you guarding Kelowna." Fire Cloud, Evil God nodded. Long Shirwa rolled her eyes. Her confidence now did not come from Shinryu's power, but because she knew that in Kelowna, in the forbidden city of Kelowna, there was a woman called Runziling. She actually hoped that the group of demons and ghosts outside would be more stubborn and be taken away by some angry profiteer. "Peace." "What's that?" Long Shirua suddenly pointed at a bag of things on the table and asked. Fire Cloud, Evil God, raised his eyebrows and said, "There were several kidnappings targeting the top 3 of the power conference. There are some clues here." 3 idiots? Long Shirua opened her mouth, subconsciously. Fire Cloud, Evil God acted as if he didn't hear anything. He took out a black metal mask from the bag and slowly said, "This is the mask that the bandits wore in the current era based on the image that the female knight from Knight Mechanism drew." "Let me have a look." Long Shirua was startled. "The fire cloud, evil god," subconsciously asked Lord Long, "could it be that you have discovered something about this mask?" Kelowna Shinryu took the mask in her hand and observed it carefully. She hesitated and said, "Before the summit meeting began, I went to the ghost city where the sound of flute was heard. Was it for the Ghost Gate seal?" Fire Cloud, evil god, nodded and said, "Every year, the Taoist sect master by Jia would also bring people there. The Ghost Gate guarded by the sect master was wide open." Long Shirua said, "This time there were some accidents. A group of mysterious people suddenly broke in and almost destroyed the Ghost Gate seal. There were also people wearing this kind of mask. Were there any survivors?" Fire Cloud, evil god, asked directly. "No. I heard that this group of people directly self-destructed after they failed. The only things that could be found were some fragments. So, the people who kidnapped Farrell and the others are the same group of people who attacked the Ghost City." Fire Cloud, evil god, was puzzled. "What is their purpose? How would I know?" Kelowna Shinryu said angrily, "I'm not omniscient and omnipotent." "Well, the administration will focus on following up on this matter." Fire Cloud, evil god, thought for a moment and said, "Now that the world is changing, I can't tell if these things are the result of the same force or multiple forces." Long Shirua suddenly asked, "By the way, do you have any information about your disciple?" Fire Cloud, evil god, shook his head. Long Shirua recalled and said, "When I fought with Yen Xiaoxi that day, I found something wrong with him. It seemed that he was not simply being controlled. Yen Xiaoxi was in a very strange state at that time. He gave me the feeling that he was not human at all. What exactly did he go through?" Fire Cloud, evil god, said, "The reason why Xiaoxi was covered in a black shell at that time was probably because of an experiment by the administration called Cloak. This technology was developed by Dr. Zhao based on the all-essences substance that we obtained from the Penglai treasure vault. It can greatly increase the strength of an individual." Kelowna Shinryu frowned and said, "So the all-essences is still with Yen Xiaoxi?" "Not really." Fire Cloud, evil god, deliberated and said, "This substance is very mysterious. It can change into any known substance, but once it changes, it cannot be reverted back to its original state. So, the all-essences should not have been leaked, unless the person who captured Xiaoxi has mastered the means to reverse the all-essences. Don't forget, other than Yen Xiaoxi, Dr. Zhao was also captured." Kelowna Shinryu said seriously, "It may not be easy to interrogate a transcendent, but it is not difficult to interrogate a normal scientific lunatic. We have also considered this." Fire Cloud, evil god, sighed and said, "Unfortunately, there are no clues now. At present, we can only hope that no one can reverse extract the all-essences." Long Shirua thought for a moment and said, "How do you plan to hold the meeting tomorrow?" After the announcement of the New World Alliance, the summit meeting was directly stopped. The Transcendent representatives discussed for a few hours and reached a preliminary consensus. That was, those who stayed would continue to establish the World Transcendent Association. The Magician Association and the Club could be considered as mortal enemies. It was impossible for them to have any contact with the New World Alliance. This was because during the closed-door meeting, Bing Han and the Crimson Blaze Tower's attitude was very firm. "Open it, as usual." Fire Cloud, evil god, said calmly, "It is it, and we are us." Long Shirua nodded, then suddenly took out a map and spread it in front of Fire Cloud, evil god. "This is the map of the Forbidden City." Fire Cloud, evil god, was confused. "Lord Long, what do you mean?" The true dragon of the divine land took out a red pen and drew a big red circle around the city of Abstinence on the map. She said expressionlessly, "Special district of the demon clan." Fire Cloud, evil god, couldn't help but frown and said hesitantly, "Are you serious?" "There's no place more suitable than this area." Kelowna Shinryu said bluntly, "Those shifter guys are from different places, and they have different living habits. It's not suitable to force them to stay in the same place. But I can directly transform a large number of satellite cities around the Forbidden City. I can suppress them. A few years, a dozen years, or even a few decades is not a problem. It's enough for them to slowly integrate with each other. Anyway, the spiritual energy density is about the same everywhere. There's no problem of not being able to cultivate. I can't promise you right away." Fire Cloud, evil god, shook his head and said, "This kind of thing can't be decided by the administration. It needs the approval of the higher-ups. I didn't ask for a few months or half a year to complete the construction of the special district." Kelowna Shinryu said calmly, "I have a lot of time, so I can wait. But I can't delay. If those in power in the capital want to delay me, I'll go visit them. Anyway, the capital isn't forbidden, so you can't stop me." Fire Cloud, evil god, smiled bitterly. "It's so lonely to be invincible. Speak human language." Kelowna Shinryu stared at him. Fire Cloud, evil god, said helplessly, "I think this should work." "That's all for today." Kelowna Shinryu nodded with satisfaction. "Inform me as soon as there's news from the New World Alliance." Fire Cloud, evil god, suddenly asked tentatively, "Lord Long, since there's still time before tomorrow's meeting, why don't you go to the Star World Alliance and visit them?" How could she have time? She still had to go back to being Xiao. She okay? She still had to take a taxi out of the city to transform. So busy! "Lady Nan, so you're here." In front of the door, the witch from the World Academy was squatting. She was also carrying a small bag with pineapple buns in it. When Miss Maid appeared, Nan Xiaonan was eating a pineapple bun. It was the third one. She had been waiting here for a long time. No, a whole day. She was so hungry that she had to buy some bread to eat. It was such a bully for a newbie. Boss and his wife. "Miss Yu Yi, you're not here." Nan Xiaonan quickly stood up. "I'm here to report today. Why don't you just go away?" Miss Maid nodded, opening the door and entering the room. Nan Xiaonan was familiar with this room. She even lived here for a while. It was emotionless, but she didn't expect that when she came back again, her identity was so different from before. "Miss Rin doesn't seem to be here." Nan Xiaonan took the initiative to say it this time. Miss Maid said indifferently, "She and Lizzie will work overtime tonight. They should spend the night in the office and won't come back tonight. I've already informed them." "Well," Nan Xiaonan nodded and then asked tentatively, "By the way, where's the boss?" "Lady Nan." Miss Maid suddenly looked at her. Nan Xiaonan was stunned subconsciously, and then she was inexplicably flustered. She said nervously, "I'm here." "Master can ask us everything," Miss Maid said expressionlessly, "but we can't, remember." Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth and then nodded. "Yes, I remember." "Wait for me. I'll prepare something." Miss Maid smiled, turning and walking into the room. Nan Xiaonan sat down awkwardly when facing Miss Maid alone. The pressure was almost 10 times greater than when the boss was next to her. After a while, Miss Maid came out of the room. Nan Xiaonan quickly stood up. Miss Maid said, "Lady Nan, there are several kinds of employees in the shop run by the master. One is called Black Soul Envoy. As a Black Soul Envoy, their life and death are controlled by the master, and they will never have the ability to betray the master. Of course, if they do the work well, they will naturally get many unexpected benefits. The most important point is that even if the Black Soul Envoy is dead, they can be resurrected in the shop." Nan Xiaonan was shocked. Resurrected? "No one can really exterminate the Black Soul Envoy," Miss Maid said indifferently, "except the master." "What about other kinds?" Nan Xiaonan thought for a while and said, "The other kind is actually the Black Soul Envoy." Miss Maid sat down slowly and said, "There are 2 kinds of Black Soul Envoys. One is to look for business opportunities for the shop, and the other is to collect debts for the shop. The debt collector will also accept some tasks of force. Of course, we don't forbid the debt collector to do the work of the first kind of black soul envoy, as long as it's within the scope of his ability. So, the debt collector has more freedom. Nan Xiaonan thought for a while and said, besides, the other kind is just set up by the master. Miss Maid smiled and said, branch manager. Nan Xiaonan's eyes suddenly brightened, and she waited for the next part. Miss Maid said indifferently, I believe you have some guesses in your mind. Yes, the position of branch manager is a new position after the master promised to accept you. Of course, in essence, it is still a black soul envoy. Nan Xiaonan cursed in her heart. Just say it directly, no matter what you do. You have to sign the slave contract first. Boss wants me to take over the position of branch manager. Nan Xiaonan asked cautiously. No, the master didn't ask for that. Miss Maid said casually, he just asked me to tell you that there are 3 choices, and you can choose any one of them. Can I think about it? Of course. Miss Maid nodded. Then, before you decide which job you want to choose, you have to consider another thing. Whether you want to become a black soul envoy, this is the last chance that the master gives you to choose. Miss Maid waved her hand as she said that. In the small living room, a black cabinet that made Nan Xiaonan tremble slowly rose from the floor. This is the Ark of the Covenant. If you agree, please put half of your soul into the Ark of the Covenant. Nan Xiaonan had a flash of inspiration. The black soul envoy can't die because it can be reborn with the help of the Ark of the Covenant, right? She looked at the open black cabinet and the lights inside. She couldn't count the number of lights at once, and the shock in her heart was indescribable. But why are there so many lights that don't light up? Of course, it is because the owner blew them out. Miss Maid said indifferently, Of course, I only have the ability to keep the Ark of the Covenant, not to blow out the life lights. Why are you telling me this? Nan Xiaonan looked at Miss Maid in surprise. It can't be because I said something nice, right? Miss Maid chuckled. I will tell every black soul envoy who puts a light about this at the appropriate time, in order to make the envoys more respectful of our master. Sure enough, it was not because she said something nice, but because it was a routine. Nan Xiaonan nodded inwardly. That was more like it. But in fact, Nan Xiaonan was indeed hesitating at this time, splitting half of her soul into a life light and storing it in the Ark of the Covenant. Although she could be reborn from the Ark of the Covenant after death, her soul would indeed become incomplete. For a creature like her who had stepped into the dimensional void, an incomplete soul meant that it would be difficult to continue to improve in the future. She might stay at this stage forever. This was the opposite of the freedom Nan Xiaonan wanted. You can continue to improve yourself. Miss Maid seemed to have seen through her, and said directly, the power of a black soul envoy can be improved through performance. In theory, there is no limit. No limit? Nan Xiaonan opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Miss Maid pointed at one of the life lights at the top of the Ark of the Covenant and said calmly, Do you know who this life light belongs to? Nan Xiaonan looked at it subconsciously. When her eyes focused on this life light, she felt a huge wave in her spiritual sea, as if her spiritual world would collapse at any time. She couldn't help but lower her head, unable to look directly at it. While she was shocked, Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but think of a saying, You can't look directly at a true God. Who is it? Nan Xiaonan asked in a trembling voice. Miss Maid folded her hands on her lap and said slowly, Me. Lady Nan was petrified and didn't dare to speak. I'll give you full marks for this. About half an hour later, Nan Xiaonan gritted her teeth and put her life light into the Ark of the Covenant with trembling hands. Chapter 2051. After the closed-door meeting, Mr. Gareth returned to the hotel early and had a video conference with the Queen of Britain. The discussion was about the New World Alliance and also about the news of Australia in Oceania joining the New World Alliance. It was more about the content of Australia joining the New World Alliance. because nominally the Queen of Britain was also the monarch of Australia. Of course, today Australia was a completely independent country. However, the Queen of Britain still retained the power to appoint the Governor of Australia. However, the Governor of Australia had no real power. The Knight mechanism used to be huge, and Britain used to be one of the world's overlords. The video call between Mr. Gareth and Her Majesty took nearly 20 minutes. After that, Mr. Gareth walked out with a tired face. Lancelot was sitting in the hall outside the room at this time. She did not participate in the conversation between the Queen and Gareth. The Queen means that she will persuade the cabinet in the near future to officially sever the unclear relationship with Australia. Mr. Gareth sat down directly. The so-called British Federation is just a system in name. If Britain wants to restore its past glory, it needs to give up this glory that is no longer decadent. Lancelot just nodded. As one of the 12 knights arranged by the Knight operation to protect the Queen, she wouldn't participate in any political matters. She wouldn't even ask about the internal business of the Knight operation. She was the Queen's personal guard. This generation of Lancelot was like this. She could almost be regarded as an independent individual. We need to end the meeting in Kelowna as soon as possible and return to Britain. Mr. Gareth said in a low voice. Farrell was taken away. This matter has a great impact on the Knight mechanism. It's a pity that our performance in the Power Conference was not very good. Even if we barely entered the Security Council, we have almost no right to speak. But it's not a loss. Lancelot suddenly frowned at this time, as if something flew past her eyes. It was a black butterfly. But Mr. Gareth did not seem to see the butterfly. Lancelot stood up abruptly and walked out with the suitcase containing the ceremonial sword. "Where are you going?" Gareth asked in surprise. "Wait for me here." Lancelot didn't even turn his head as he left the room. Mr. Gareth wanted to chase after them, but after hesitating for a moment, he did not. After Lancelot left the room, she took the elevator and went directly to the highest floor of the hotel. Then she climbed up the fire stairs to the rooftop of the hotel. The moment the iron door was pushed open, Lancelot saw a fluttering black butterfly. The butterfly slowly flew and finally landed on a white, jade-like finger. Lancelot didn't hesitate and walked closer. "Why are you looking for me?" Lancelot asked directly. In front of her was Miss Maid. Yi smiled and said, "I'm not the one looking for you. You're the one looking for me. Your queen is looking for me." Lancelot frowned and said indifferently, "It's a pity that the Power Conference is over. As you can see, the results of the Knight mechanism are obviously not good." Miss Maid smiled faintly. "There is no rule that says that if you want to have a foothold in the Transcendental Association's Security Council and have enough right to speak, you must get enough beads in the Power Conference. Of course, this is also one of the methods." "What other methods are there?" Lancelot frowned and immediately shook her head. "We can't let the Power Conference reopen. It's meaningless. Kelowna has Shinryu, so she will always be the big winner, unless you guys are involved. The so-called right to speak comes from having enough power." Miss Maid chuckled. "As for power, it has many components. Pure destructive power is power. Knowledge is power. Information is power. Luck is also a kind of power." Lancelot's eyes flashed with doubt. Miss Maid opened her palm at this time, and in the middle of her palm there was an old leather cover that was the size of 2 palms, turning slowly. "What is this?" Lancelot asked subconsciously. "The method to make the tear of God." Miss Maid smiled and said, "Of course, it's just a simplified version. The full version is not enough with just a ritual sword. However, this is enough for you to have enough right to speak." Tear of God? Lancelot was stunned. This was the first time she heard of this thing. Miss Maid said indifferently, "It appeared at the scene of the Power Conference. Many people were using it, and they were very satisfied with it." Lancelot was stunned at first, and then she was shocked. Although the transcendental representatives from various countries at the scene of the power conference were not good, there was no lack of true elites. They had already realized that at the scene of the power conference, there was indeed a special item that could increase the strength of transcendence in a short period of time, and it did not seem to have many side effects. How much effect does this simplified version have? Lancelot asked suddenly. Miss Maid said, only about 30% of the effect. This is a simple optimization that is suitable for the most suitable substitute material that can be found in this world. After all, the Tear of God at the Power Conference was not its final version. I still don't know how much effect it has. Lancelot shook her head. The rough data. Miss Maid thought for a while and said, it should be able to double the user's strength within 10 minutes without any side effects. It can be stacked once, but the effectiveness will be halved, and at the same time, there will be a slight loss of strength. This is still only a simplified version. Lancelot looked at Miss Maid inconceivably. No wonder some people could burst out extremely amazing strength at the power conference that day. Unfortunately, the increase of strength does not mean that they are really powerful. However, this cold female knight finally showed some obvious changes in her expression. At this time, the smile on Miss Maid's face became bigger. Lancelot even shuddered, subconsciously. She even felt that this mysterious woman seemed to be happy to see the change in her emotions. She even felt that she was being teased. Lancelot quickly restrained her emotions and muttered, although the simplified version of Tear of God you said is amazing, there's a side effect of loss of strength. Besides, this potion alone can give the knight mechanism enough say in the Transcendent Association. It doesn't seem to be enough, right? If it's a peaceful era, it may not be enough. Miss Maid said indifferently, but if it's a war era, I think there won't be a problem of not enough. Am I right, Knight Lancelot? War. Lancelot's eyes focused. She almost thought of the New World Alliance immediately. Then, let the Tear of God become the special supply of the knight mechanism. Miss Maid chuckled. If there is such a day when the simplified version of Tear of God can be mass-produced, I will personally come to take the British ceremonial sword. Then, sorry to disturb you. She made an impeccable, ladylike bow in front of Lancelot and then disappeared. As the night wind blew, Lancelot felt a little cold. She didn't know if the war mentioned by this mysterious woman would happen or not. Perhaps even this mysterious woman herself didn't have a definite answer. But this was indeed the field that the member states of the Transcendent Association tried to discuss during the closed-door meeting. However, the New World Alliance had just been announced, and there wasn't much information other than that, so the discussion didn't have any substantial results. Taking a deep breath, Lancelot solemnly picked up the book that recorded the potion formula and wanted to open it, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open the formula. Lancelot couldn't help but frown. What does this mean? War might not happen. Mass production. It can only be mass-produced when it can be opened? If it can't be mass-produced, then what? Questions continued to appear in Lancelot's mind. After a long time, she solemnly put away the formula and then sent a message directly to Mr. Gareth. Gareth, I have something important to do and have to return immediately. I'll leave the following meeting to you. When Mr. Gareth received Lancelot's message, he almost scolded. Didn't you say you would wait for me to come back? You're leaving just like that? I was so obedient. I waited for so long and all I got was a goodbye? Oh, Lancelot is really a woman. A woman. Mr. Gareth sighed heavily. He felt so tired. He felt like he was fighting alone and couldn't hold up a single tree. Everyone didn't want to play with him. Australia. It was late at night. Soldiers in white combat uniforms were shuttling through the streets of the Australian capital. In addition, there were also Australian soldiers. Just a few hours ago, the government led by the Australian Prime Minister announced that Australia had merged into the New World Alliance and established a new government. At the same time, they also announced that the capital of Australia would be handed over to the New World Alliance's military for an indefinite period of time until the new government announced that the takeover would be lifted. Armored vehicles were now roaring in the streets in the middle of the night. The people could only hide in their homes and look uneasily at these big guys wandering on the streets through the windows. At first, the government's actions directly angered the people in the capital. However, the fierce resistance was quickly suppressed after gunshots rang out. It was said that in just 10 minutes, hundreds of corpses of violent people appeared on Porter Street. At this time, the huge helipad was brightly lit. Many military transport planes that were painted silver slowly landed. These transport planes were carrying transcendent delegations that had left the city of abstinence. One of the transport planes had just landed, and a guest on the transport plane seemed to be eager to get off. A figure directly broke open the cabin door, set off a gust of wind, and landed on the helipad. The gust of wind blew a dozen soldiers in white combat uniforms to the ground. That person laughed and said, "Comfortable, comfortable. The Forbidden City is simply not a place for people to stay." At this time, as if agreeing with this sentence, a powerful aura rose into the sky. It actually caused the transport planes that were lined up to land to sway slightly. In addition to the soldiers in white combat uniforms, there were also a large number of Australian soldiers here. At this time, these soldiers' faces were filled with horror. This transcendent, who was moving his muscles, laughed even more unscrupulously. Transcendents were no longer a secret. In the past few days, they had seen many transcendents, but they all saw them on the screen. It was indeed the first time in their lives that they faced transcendents directly. Fear. At this time, the first transcendent who broke open the cabin door to move his body suddenly exclaimed. At this time, the transcendent's face suddenly became abnormally painful. His hands desperately reached for his neck as if he wanted to break open something. At the same time, his body began to slowly be pulled up by something. In the end, the first transcendent who broke open the cabin door was stopped in midair by a man wearing a white mask with a sword pattern on his face. He was wearing a black robe and a white mask with a sword pattern on his face. In an instant, the soldiers in white combat uniforms showed fanatical gazes and looked at the black-robed man. They shouted, "The seat of the sword! Praise you! The sharpest sword in the world!" So this is the treasured sword seat of the 26 seats of the clubhouse, that treasured sword of Little Arcana? It seems that he wants to show his strength. There's no problem with showing his strength. If it were me, I would do the same. But don't think of using me as an example. My sword hasn't tasted blood for too long. New World Alliance, I hope we didn't come to the wrong place. The voices of the transcendent delegation were broken and messy. The seat of the sword coldly glanced down. The transcendent in his hand was struggling in pain. But not long after, the seat of the sword's palm directly crushed the transcendent's throat. Then the corpse was thrown to the ground. It fell right in front of the delegation that the dead transcendent belonged to. The other transcendent in the delegation showed a furious expression and were about to attack. At this time, Treasured Sword Seat took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped his palm. He said indifferently, "I hope that everyone who comes here is an elite among the extraordinaires. You know how to be humble and courteous. You are talented and self-disciplined talents, not losers who fled all the way from the Forbidden City like dogs in the water. Die." In the delegation that lost a member, a strong man directly roared. The muscles all over his body burst out of his clothes. He turned into a huge tiger man and jumped up. Seat of the treasured sword didn't even look. Just as the tiger waved its sharp claws and was about to tear him apart, a treasured sword appeared out of thin air and directly pierced through the tiger man's chest, nailing him to the ground. The rest of the transcendents in the delegation were terrified. Dozens of swords shot down like sharp swords. In the end, the swords turned into cages, trapping the few transcendents at the same time. No one dared to stand up for the delegation anymore. The seat of the sword glanced down. Everyone must be tired after coming from afar. The allies have arranged a place for everyone to rest. Please." They walked past the imprisoned superhumans and did not even look at them. They remained silent, in a luxurious manner in the capital of Australia. The woman was walking slowly in the corridor with a calm expression. The woman seemed to be thinking about something. The followers behind her followed carefully and didn't make any sound. Suddenly, the woman stopped and looked out of the corridor window. Outside, it was a corner of the manor's courtyard. The woman suddenly said, "I don't like this manor." The first follower behind her lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, this is the best manor we can find now. After all, we just arrived here. Your manor is the best out of all the seats." The woman turned around and looked at the first follower behind her. She said indifferently, "I don't like you either." The first follower was instantly terrified and said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, a failure." The woman shook her head and reached out her hand. In an instant, the first follower's body was torn apart. In the end, what scattered on the ground was a pile of metal parts. A piece of gear slowly rolled to the edge of the corner. Even so, the rest of the followers behind the woman still didn't dare to raise their heads. The woman looked at these followers and suddenly sighed, "I once had the most perfect work, but unfortunately you can all go and clean it up." The attendants immediately responded with a yes. The woman turned around and left. The followers began to clean up the pile of parts on the ground. After a while, the woman came to the door of the manor's study and said to herself, "Well, I have new inspiration. I should be able to make a good work." Saying so, the woman pushed open the door of the study and planned to draw the design in her mind tonight. At this moment, the woman's eyes narrowed. In front of a row of bookshelves by the wall of her study, a young man with black hair and black eyes was standing at this moment. "I borrowed a book to read." The young man looked at her with a smile. "If you don't mind, I won't read it. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty, Catherine the Great." The woman's expression changed slightly, but she quietly closed the door of the study. She looked at the young man standing in front of the bookshelves and slowly walked to the desk and finally sat down. Chapter 2052. Inside the manor, an attendant brought in a cup of tea and stood in front of the door of the study, gently knocking on the door. Hearing the knock, the woman subconsciously glanced at the black-haired youth in front of the bookshelf, then said calmly, "No need, you can leave." After the attendant respectfully responded outside the door, he turned around and left. "He's probably gone far." The woman then turned sideways to size up the black-haired youth who barged into her study. "Are you the shop's emissary?" The woman asked in silence, then said, "Or are you above the emissary?" Boss Luo also sized up the woman. People with power, regardless of gender, had no problem pursuing youth. The woman maintained her appearance in the best years of a woman's life, and there was even a trace of dignity in her luxurious appearance. She was a woman. "There's someone above the emissary." Boss Luo was curious. The woman said indifferently, "Isn't that Miss Eleanor above the emissary? I heard that she manages all the emissaries." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Why not the shop owner?" "I've seen the shop owner." The woman said calmly, "You're not him. Besides, even if he's the shop owner, wouldn't he feel that he's lowering his status by coming here personally?" Boss Luo was even more curious. He blinked and asked, "What does the shop owner have to do to not be considered lowering his status?" The woman sneered and said, "That guy lives behind the scenes and controls everyone. It's not that he wants to see anyone, but that people do everything they can to see him, but are afraid to see him. That guy is such an arrogant and reclusive guy." Luo Qiao was surprised by the woman's description of the former shop owner. "Your Majesty seems to be very familiar with our shop owner." "Not really. We've had a few business dealings, that's all." The woman shook her head, then said, "Also, call me Miss Sophia. I'm no longer Your Majesty." Boss Luo nodded smoothly. The person who appeared at the summit meeting that day was you, right? The woman. Miss Sophia suddenly said. Who's the other woman? I don't think it's Eleanor. It's more like one of my creations. That lady's current body was indeed created by Miss Sophia. Boss Luo nodded. I think so too. Miss Sophia was silent for a while. Although I don't know what kind of soul is in its body now, at least it doesn't seem to have been humiliated. Boss Luo said, Miss Sophia seems to care a lot about her work. Miss Sophia said casually, If it's not my favorite thing, how could your shop owner take a fancy to it? Even after a few hundred years, my attainments in alchemy have long surpassed the past. But to this day, I still can't replicate the same. I think I didn't just hand over a puppet. Boss Luo thought for a moment and said, Miss Sophia, do you want to meet her? No need. Sophia said indifferently, It no longer belongs to me. Whether I see it or not, it makes no difference. Tell me why you're here. Boss Luo smiled and said, Miss Sophia, what do you think I'm here for? Sophia thought for a moment and said, This time, your shop owner appeared in front of the world in such a high-profile manner and even sent the two of you to show your divinity in front of people. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just to make a few more transactions. Boss Luo blinked and didn't say anything. This should be a kind of preconceived notion. The change of shop owner had indeed never been officially announced. Boss Luo hadn't been in office for a long time. For those customers from hundreds of years ago, or even longer ago, they didn't have the means to know about the change of shop owner. So, I really don't have the style of a shop owner? Luaccio didn't really care about this kind of thing. If Sophia only thought of him as a black soul envoy, perhaps the conversation would be more interesting. 100 years ago, you already made a move. Sophia muttered. That war caused the extraordinary power of Europe to fall to the bottom. It's because of this that the club has more room for development. Speaking of which, the club should thank you. Then this announcement to the world is for another harvest, right? Just like the war 100 years ago, right? Let's assume that this assumption is true. Boss Luo said calmly, Then, Miss Sophia, don't you plan to buy some insurance in this chaotic world? As expected, Sophia suddenly sneered. Her thoughts seemed to have opened up and become incomparably clear. She muttered to herself, The appearance of the black card will definitely become the source of disaster in the future. No matter who gets the 99 black cards in the end and steps into the shop with the card, he will definitely be the winner and the most outstanding person. For you, he will also be the best customer. I don't deny this statement. Boss Luo nodded and then said, Miss Sophia, do you really not plan to buy insurance? As a regular customer, I might be able to give you some discounts. Sophia looked at Boss Luo expressionlessly and said calmly, As an emissary, your level of speaking skills is not up to standard. Don't keep promoting to customers. You should take out something to stimulate customers' desire to buy. Sorry for the lack of manners. Boss Luo nodded and made an expression of listening. Sophia leaned back on the chair and felt that she was gradually leading this conversation. She casually asked, Tell me, sir, why are you here this time? There's no special purpose. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, I just want to take a look at the New World Alliance. Take a look at what? Sophia subconsciously frowned. Could it be that the shop had other opinions about the appearance of the New World Alliance? The thoughts of the shop owner behind the scenes could not be understood at all. Boss Luo said, Can I know the purpose of the New World Alliance? Sophia's mouth opened slightly in surprise, and then she sneered. I thought that nothing could be hidden from you. Boss Luo said, I'm not like the old shop owner who likes to see everything. You're a bit special. Sophia was slightly surprised. I've seen many black soul emissaries, but I've never seen anyone like you who doesn't treat your shop owner as anything. Most of the emissaries are very careful and will not expose themselves like you. Perhaps it's because of your uniqueness that your shop owner allowed you to show your divinity in front of others. Boss Luo did not deny it and smiled. Sophia said, "There's no problem in telling you the purpose of the New World Alliance, but can I treat this as a transaction? I sell. You buy. What price are you offering?" "What does Miss Sophia think is reasonable?" Boss Luo asked back. "Now, you look a bit like a Black Soul emissary." Sophia nodded and said, "I'll tell you the New World Alliance or the club as plan. At the same time, you have to answer a question of mine. What do you think?" "I want to know this question first," Boss Luo said directly. Sophia also said directly, "Is the fool dead or not?" "Miss Sophia, the fool you know is indeed dead," Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "but it's true that the fool is not dead." Sophia's light golden eyebrows slightly furrowed as she lowered her head and muttered to herself. "In other words, there's a new one." After a while, she nodded and said, "This answer is not ideal, but it's enough." Listen carefully. The club formed the New World Alliance and gathered a large number of transcendents. Their current purpose is to establish the Transcendent's ruling position in the modern world. Some of them think that in this world they can directly step into the Transcendent's civilization and open the door to a new world. This is also the origin of the New World Alliance. Their current purpose? Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "Then what was their previous purpose?" Sophia looked at Boss Luo in surprise and said calmly, "Their previous purpose is not important anymore. After all, the fool is dead. Now, there are two guys who are very active in the club. One is the sun seat, and the other is the moon seat. After the fool's death was confirmed, these two guys have the intention to join forces and take over the club." Luaccio said, "There are many seats in the club. Other than Miss Sophia, do the others have the same opinion?" Sophia said calmly, "I didn't say that I have the same opinion, nor did I agree, cunning brat." Boss Luo did not reply that he was not a brat. Instead, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your answer, Miss Sophia." Sophia hummed in acknowledgement. She really thought that the young man in front of her was just a special Black Soul envoy. She did not think that he was a shop owner. The owner of the shop, she knew, was arrogant and unsociable. He exuded a sense of loneliness from head to toe. He was the kind of guy who had no interest in anything else. As for the young man in front of her, although he showed his power in the summit meeting, he probably borrowed the power of the shop where he lived. If any Black Soul envoy could suppress all the supernatural powers in the world, then they would have nothing to do with it. Everyone could go and play with their eggs. Don't cultivate anymore. Just be a pig. That was why she was so casual. She did not think that the young man was superior to others. She was even a little arrogant. After all, she used to do business directly with the owner of the shop, and the Black Soul envoy was just an employee of the shop owner. Of course, the young Black Soul envoy's attitude made Sophia quite satisfied. This was what a waiter should be like. Sit down. Don't keep standing. Miss Sophia waved her hand at this moment and said, "Don't be scolded by your shop owner when I have the chance to meet him in the future." "You're welcome." Boss Luo smiled faintly. "I'm leaving." Sophia was surprised now. Boss Luo said, "Before coming here, I've already walked around. At first, I just wanted to take a look. After that, it's time to leave." Sophia really wanted to ask the young Black Soul envoy, "You're not here to sell to me? Do you still want to do business? I'll definitely reject you. But you can't just follow the routine, right? I'm Catherine the Great. How can I not care about my reputation? Is there a problem?" Boss Luo smiled and asked. "No." Sophia shook her head and said indifferently, "I won't send you off." "Sorry to disturb you." Boss Luo put the book back on the bookshelf and was about to leave. "Wait." Sophia suddenly shouted for him to stop. Then, under Boss Luo's astonished gaze, Sophia stretched out her palm. A cube that looked like a Rubik's Cube slowly floated out. The cube started to separate, combine, and fold. Its volume also gradually increased. In the end, it even became a cupboard the size of a bedside table. Sophia pulled out a drawer and said indifferently, since you're already here, bring this thing back to your shop owner. These are... Boss Luo was stunned. He was very familiar with the things that Sophia took out. There are some replacement parts here. Sophia waved her hand, and items started to fly in front of Boss Luo. There are also some materials for the maintenance of the puppet dolls. I'll send out a set about every 100 years. Your inventory should be almost used up. Take it back. Consider this 100 years worth of supplies given to you. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, I've seen some of Miss Sophia's transaction records. The records don't seem to indicate that Miss Sophia has the obligation to continue providing these parts and materials. Sophia snorted lightly and picked up a feather pen from the table. What I do is not for a small messenger like you to judge. Leave. I'm going to draw the alchemy blueprint. Looking at the parts and materials in his hands, Boss Luo suddenly asked, Miss Sophia, if I give you a chance, would you be willing to buy back your work? Her gaze moved slightly, and she looked up without answering. Sorry to disturb you. Finally, Boss Luo said goodbye softly. The feather pen spun lightly on Sophia's fingers. The blueprint on the table was still blank. Just looking around, Sophia sneered and muttered to herself, I can't believe what you're saying. I don't know what you're planning. It's just that the fool. While muttering to herself, Sophia opened the drawer beside her and took out a white mask with a unique pattern. She put it on her face. At the same time, a screen was lowered from the wall of the study room. Soon, a middle-aged man in a silver-white uniform appeared on the screen. The man said respectfully, Your Excellency, the Empress's seat. What can I do for you? Sophia said indifferently, It's too noisy outside. It's disturbing my work. Ask the people outside to be quiet. As you wish, Your Excellency, the man said quickly. I'll immediately inform the patrolling troops near your manor. One more thing. Sophia said again, Tell the sun and the moon that I don't intend to agree with them. Leave. The man's expression changed slightly, but he did not say anything. Instead, he responded respectfully. Sophia turned off the screen directly. Suddenly, Sophia frowned. This guy? Did he deliberately reveal information about the fool to me? When Boss Luo returned home, he saw such a scene. A certain witch from another world's academy was now washing the dishes under the supervision of Miss Maid. She said that it was training for newcomers. I, Nan Xiaonan, have never washed dishes since I mastered the star creation technique. This is bullying. Boss, you're back. I'll get you some tea. Chapter 2053. I heard from you, Yi, that you haven't made up your mind yet, right? Boss Luo asked casually during the meal. Nan Xiaonan quickly put down her chopsticks and nodded after calming herself down. After all, it's a big matter that will determine my future career, so I want to think carefully before making a decision. Boss Luo said casually, It doesn't matter. We should leave in a few days. Lady Nan can make a decision before then. Leave? Nan Xiaonan was startled and said subconsciously, Boss, are you going back? Back to Britain. Boss Luo shook his head with a smile. Nan Xiaonan's heart skipped a beat, and she asked tentatively, Is it in the void? Boss Luo nodded. I plan to go to other worlds. It won't be too long. The time in this world won't be too long. Nan Xiaonan was silent. She could clearly understand the meaning of the sentence. The time in the dimensional crevice was unstable. It was entirely possible that after hundreds of years in another world, only a few minutes had passed when one returned. Of course, there was also a situation where the time in both worlds was synchronized. Eat, don't be stunned, Boss Luo said casually. If the delicious food is left to cool, it will disappoint the chef. Nan Xiaonan had to lower her head and eat, but her mind was no longer on the food. It was back to the choice of her career. There was no doubt that Miss Maid gave herself 3 choices. She was very inclined to the option of becoming a branch manager, but later she learned that even as a branch manager, she needed to recruit people by herself. This meant that she only had the authority to open a branch, but other than that, she needed to take care of everything herself. First of all, she had to have a shop, right? However, at the beginning, the storefront of the branch store couldn't be moved to any place like the main store. Moreover, it couldn't be moved to the same place as before. Nan Xiaonan felt that, at the beginning, she could only rent or buy a shop, and then use some illusion in the branch to pretend to be mysterious. The branch could be upgraded, but she would have to work hard to complete the business in the future in exchange. The initial stage of starting a business was naturally very difficult, but as a branch manager, there was no doubt that the future development potential would be far greater than that of a salesman or a bill collector of the Black Soul Messenger. However, she had to consider another rather troublesome matter. That was her relationship with her original self in the void. Nan Xiaonan, to put it bluntly, was just a part of her original self's consciousness that was released when she encountered a singularity when she was traveling in another dimension. In the end, she was lost in this subworld. Later, she encountered the real forensic Dr. Nan Xiaonan, who was on the verge of death. Using the identity of the real forensic Dr. Nan Xiaonan, she was reborn as a brand new individual. This was a method of survival that they had no choice but to do. Otherwise, if this part of their consciousness that had invaded the subworld to explore was caught by the will of the subworld, there would be no need to talk about friendship. Powerful beings like them, who had broken through the limits of their original world and walked into the dimensional crevice, had long been branded with the world's brand. All the subworld's wills would naturally be hostile to beings with this brand. Even though the means to avoid it were not useless, they still had to be careful. Even when Nan Xiaonan merged with forensic Dr. Nan Xiaonan, she still remained cautious. Until now, after selling herself to the shop, she finally felt a little more stable. The problem of the subworld's wills could be considered solved, and only the problem with her original self was left. There was no doubt that her original self would not let her, who was the consciousness of exploration, continue to develop independently. And now, as Nan Xiaonan, she vaguely had the idea of flying alone in her heart. If she, as the branch manager, acted under the eyes of Boss Luo, it would be fine. Boss Luo, as the owner of the shop, as an indescribable existence, even if the original self sensed her, the original self, who could only be regarded as a third-rate dimensional powerhouse, would definitely not make a move. She knew herself very well. She was like a coward, so naturally the original self would also be a coward. But because she knew herself too well, Nan Xiaonan knew that in order to take back the consciousness of exploration, the original self would definitely be a coward until the end of time, silently looking for an opportunity. If Boss Luo took Miss made out of this subworld temporarily, and she herself was running the branch here, wouldn't she have no one to rely on? No. She would rather develop slowly to ensure her safety. There was no safer place in the world than staying beside that indescribable existence, Boss. You seem to have made up your mind. Boss Luo suddenly looked at Nan Xiaonan. Is this the owner's control over all the black souls? As long as he wants to, he can understand all the thoughts of the black souls? Nan Xiaonan was secretly shocked. The feeling of being torn apart and completely exposed arose spontaneously. She took a deep breath and muttered, Boss, I heard from Miss Yi that you specially added the option of branch manager for me. But I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I still hope to be by your side. At this time, she was completely facing Miss Maid's half-smiling gaze. She had already made up her mind. Are you worried about the original self? Boss Luo said indifferently, but in fact, since you became in Black Soul, all the connections between you and the original self have been completely cut off. Even if your original self appears in front of you, there is no way to do anything to you. Naturally, there is no such thing as retrieving you later. Really? Nan Xiaonan's eyes suddenly brightened, secretly delighted. Boss Luo said again, Of course, something like being angry out of humiliation will probably still happen. Nan Xiaonan was suddenly stunned. With her current level, of course, She could not defeat the original self. Great sorrow. But even if Black Soul dies, it can be reborn from the Ark of the Covenant. Boss Luo smiled and said, "It is also another kind of immortal body. Nan Xiaonan does not have to be so afraid of the original self's revenge." Nan Xiaonan immediately became spirited again. She was secretly delighted. Right? How could she forget this? Black Soul could be reborn from the Ark of the Covenant. Since she could load the file, why should she be afraid of the original self? Moreover, the original self probably did not even have as many hairs as she did now. However, rebirth is not a problem, but it does not mean that it can be reborn just like that. Boss Luo blinked and said, "Every time it is reborn, Black Soul's performance will be deducted. If the performance is not enough, it will be a little difficult." Oh. Nan Xiaonan instantly looked at Boss Luo pitifully and said bitterly, "Boss, you are so naughty. It is very fun to tease me like this. Allow sorrow." At this time, Nan Xiaonan recalled the conversation with Miss Maid earlier. She asked why so many life lights in the Ark of the Covenant were extinguished. Miss Maid's answer was, "The shop owner blew them out." Blew them out? Why did he have to blow them out? Because the performance was not enough, deducting the cost of rebirth and blowing them out directly? So, did the boss want her to take on the role of branch manager? Or did he not want her to take on the role of branch manager? It was so difficult. The Black Soul envoys in the shop all had such a difficult life. I have decided to follow you, boss. Nan Xiaonan made up her mind again and said, "I want to see the 10,000 worlds and the prosperity of the other dimension. I don't want to be trapped in one place." The 10,000 worlds and the prosperity of the other dimension? Boss Luo stared at her without blinking. Nan Xiaonan felt goosebumps all over her body, even her toes were cold. She could not help but say in a trembling voice, Is there a problem? I copied this, but it means the same thing." "No." Boss Luo shook his head and chuckled. "It is a very good idea." "Then, about my employment?" she asked anxiously. I said, "You can choose any of the three." Boss Luo said calmly, "Since you have chosen, then so be it. You can learn from you, Yi, for the time being." "I will work harder," Nan Xiaonan said solemnly. Then she gave Miss Maid a rather ugly smile as if she was crying. "Miss Yi, don't worry, I will be very obedient. I like obedient children the most." Nan Xiaonan smiled embarrassedly and lowered her head to eat. She suddenly looked up and was about to ask Boss Luo where he was going when she suddenly remembered Miss Maid's warning. So she had to hide the question in her heart. "Boss, if you leave in a few days, can I move freely in these few days? I want to take care of medical examiner Nan Xiaonan." "Of course." Boss Luo nodded. After dinner, Nan Xiaonan used the excuse of taking care of business to wash the dishes at the fastest speed. Then she excused herself and left. The servant girl came to Boss Luo with a plate of fruits in her hands. "I thought, lady, Nan would choose to be the branch manager." Miss Maid carefully peeled a grape. Boss Luo smiled. "It seems that you and I have underestimated Lady Nan's cautious character." Miss Maid didn't comment, but suddenly said, "If it were Miss Nero, she would probably choose to be the branch manager without hesitation." Boss Luo said, "Are you going to recommend Nero to be the branch manager?" Miss Maid shook her head. "Miss Nero is too lively. The branch manager is more suitable for the stable type. If you want to recommend, Mr. Taisetsu is actually a very good candidate, but unfortunately he currently needs to look after the world of God. When Taiyangzi completes the mission and comes back, Taisetsu will be free." Boss Luo smiled and made the decision. That's settled for the time being. Miss Maid had peeled more than 10 grapes in a short time. Taiyangzi and Nero go on a mission together. I always feel that if they meet, some amazing sparks will burst out. Boss Luo picked up a grape and put it into his mouth, thought for a while, and said, "When I was in the New World Alliance, I took the time to meet Miss Sophia." He looked at Miss Maid's reaction. Miss Maid didn't respond. Boss Luo said again. Before leaving, she gave me some parts and materials. Miss Maid still said calmly, in the past few 100 years, about every 100 years, Miss Sophia will send the materials to a fixed place, and then I will go and collect them. Well, it's about time. Speaking of which, Miss Sophia actually doesn't have the obligation to provide materials all the time, and she has been very generous over the years. But this time the materials. She looked at her master inquiringly, because she knew in her heart that there was not much time left before she could leave the puppet body. Keep it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Boss Luo smiled casually. When the puppet and the real Miss Maid stood together, it should be a very interesting scene, right? The world was changing. The second day after the establishment of the New World Alliance, the first alliance meeting was held. On the same day, the World Transcendent Summit continued, and the final list of members of the World Transcendent Association's Security Council was announced. Kelowna had the most members, but it wasn't enough to suppress the entire Security Council. On the third day after the establishment of the New World Alliance and the second day of the first alliance meeting, the alliance announced a shocking event. The alliance was preparing to build a new city on the sea for all Transcendent and their families to live in. They also announced the establishment of the Black Card Hunter Association, and anyone was welcome to apply for the certification of the Black Card Hunter Association. On the same day at the World Transcendent Summit, the initial decision to divide the area 300 kilometers around the City of Exclusion into a special zone for the demon race in China was approved. The draft of the Transcendent Management Regulations was also approved. On the afternoon of the day of the meeting, the first batch of immigrants to the underwater city was announced. On the fourth day after the establishment of the New World Alliance, the Alliance meeting elected the president of the Alliance. With the help of the Moon seat, the Sun seat defeated the Emperor's seat of the club by a small margin and became the first president of the Alliance. The Moon seat was the first vice president of the Alliance. The Emperor's seat was the first president of the Black Card Hunter Association. On the same day, the first president of the World Transcendent Association, Fire Cloud Evil God, and the two vice presidents were the Ice Tower Master of the Magician Association and the 100 Calamity Taoist of the Mount Tai of Kelowna. Shinryu of Kelowna was the permanent honorary president of the World Transcendent Association. The Radiance Tower Master of the Magician Association was the honorary president. The Pope of the Church was the honorary president. Every day, both the New World Alliance and the World Transcendent Association had big news to announce, but until now, neither side had mentioned anything about the other. These two huge organizations were like two large rivers that didn't have anything to do with each other. They were clearly separated and didn't interfere with each other. Vaguely, the original world seemed to have started to use this as an opportunity to gradually divide into two different camps. The world was changing with each passing day. This world has changed so much that I can't understand it. In the police station, Officer Ma was playing Minesweeper as usual. The ice cream pudding operation had ended a few days ago, and he had returned to his original post. Because of this private operation, Sir Ma was grounded by Bureau Chief Liu. He was forbidden to go out during working hours. "Oh, right, Sir Ma, have you heard?" Lin Feng suddenly asked. "Heard what?" Ma Howd stared at him with his dead fish eyes. "I just heard from Xiao Mei from the Archives Department that Dr. Nan resigned. But it was the day before yesterday, and Bureau Chief Liu kept it under wraps. I just heard about it today." "Oh," Ma Howd said indifferently. "It's fine if she resigned. Anyway, this woman didn't work for many days, and she took a lot of leave. So, we can finally apply for a reliable forensic doctor?" "No need." Lin Feng shook his head. "I just received the news that a new forensic doctor will come in today." "So fast?" Ma Howd was stunned. "Do you know where he came from? Or is he a young man who just graduated?" Lin Feng shrugged and said, "I don't know about that. I just saw the name on the resume and chased it out. The new forensic doctor's name is Tang." Oh, right, Tang Tianlin. Chapter 2054. Master Sanzang stayed up all night to cultivate. After reading the small mountain of books and DVDs, he slept for a few days and nights. When he woke up, his eyes were still bloodshot. I understand now. What do you understand? Boss Luo asked curiously. I didn't know what the book meant when I first heard it, but now I'm a book reader. Amipa. Master Sanzang put his palms together with a compassionate expression. Since I'm a book reader, it's time for me to collect the copyright fee. A mouthful of cold coffee sprayed out of Nan Xiaonan's mouth, turning into a mist. The new witch in the shop widened her eyes and sized up the sloppy bald man with bloodshot eyes and stubble on his face. She had finished dealing with the matter of her identity as a forensic doctor, and now she had officially stepped into the workplace without any worries. She clung onto her boss and followed him wherever he went shamelessly. Copyright fee? Boss Luo seemed to be surprised as well, and he asked with interest, How do you plan to collect it, Master? That's easy. Master Sanzang slapped the moonlight cash on the table. I'll go to your door and collect it. Nan Xiaonan didn't know the history of this rectangular box, but she couldn't help but ask in a good mood. Master, how do you plan to collect it? That's easy too. Master Sanzang took out a kitchen knife and slapped it on the table. If you don't give it to me, I'll send the white knife in and the red knife out. Nan Xiaonan felt glad that she had put down the coffee cup earlier. Is this really a senior monk? I'll go now. This master seemed to be a man of action. With the kitchen knife in hand and the kasaya in hand, he opened the cache and disappeared. Nan Xiaonan froze in disbelief. Boss, this is? It's a cache that allows you to travel freely between subworlds. Boss Luo smiled casually and said, The Moonlight Cache. The ability to freely travel between subworlds. Nan Xiaonan gasped and exclaimed, The power of a void artifact. Boss, this is a real treasure. Let's play with it. It's not as beautiful as you think. Boss Luo smiled casually and said, I've seen this treasure box before. It seems to be damaged, and sometimes it doesn't work. Someone must have tampered with it. What a waste, Nan Xiaonan said indignantly, freely traversing the shuttle world. This is a space-type void artifact. In the dimensional crevice, no matter how many subworlds origins you have, you won't be able to exchange for it. Don't look at how this, which, from the World Academy, once roamed the void, but she was actually very poor, not to mention the level of the void artifact. She didn't even have the second-grade secret treasure. She could only use the star creation world that stored star creation creatures to pretend. As for now, as an independent consciousness that had already left the main body, there was no need to mention things like property. You seem to be very obsessed with the so-called void artifact. Boss Luo looked at Nan Xiaonan with interest. Nan Xiaonan shook her head, thinking that if she had one or two void artifacts from the start, she wouldn't have been lost in this subworld. There were many dangerous places in the dimensional crevice. If she was careful, she could explore them. At this moment, a treasure light flashed, and a guy wearing a tattered space suit suddenly appeared before Boss Luo and Nan Xiaonan. Water. Give me water. Even if I die, I won't drink water made from my own urine. Sorcerer. Nan Xiaonan was shocked. Sorcerer Sanzang had hair. How long had passed in the short 1 or 2 minutes that he had disappeared? The haired sorcerer Sanzang picked up the teapot and poured the tea into his mouth. After a while, he calmed down, but he still looked shocked. Too scary, too scary. That thing called strange jizzy. There's no food or drink in the cosmos. I almost died. Nan Xiaonan finally understood what the shop owner meant when he said that it didn't work at all. This thing couldn't be accurately located at all. She could only rely on her face every time she traveled. However, even if it was broken, it seemed that she could accurately return to the shop owner's side. Nan Xiaonan looked even more suspicious. She didn't understand the shop owner's attitude toward the treasure box. At this moment, the haired sorcerer Sanzang took off his tattered spacesuit, revealing the white kasaya inside. The kasaya was still spotless, but the sorcerer who wore it was clearly a lot more sloppy. Amitabha, it seems that I won't be able to collect the copyright fee in a short time. The haired sorcerer Sanzang sighed. Everyone likes to freeload. It feels good to freeload all the time. Ever since I traveled west, I've been freeloading, begging for alms. This karma has to be repaid. Nan Xiaonan didn't know if the sorcerer was skilled or not, but he was very good at saying that it was true. Nan Xiaonan rolled her eyes in annoyance. Sorcerer Sanzang had been freeloading in the manor for a few days. Sorcerer Sanzang seemed to have a new idea. He hugged a few books and hurriedly ran back to the guest room he had freeloaded in. Boss, this sorcerer is very strange. I don't know what's true and what's false. As a new employee with dreams, Nan Xiaonan felt that it was time for her to display her value. Why don't I test him? No need to test him. Everything the sorcerer says is true. Luoqiu shook his head. He's using me to cultivate. Cultivate, cultivate. Boss Luo smiled casually and said, Whoever speaks first loses. This sorcerer will lose for sure, Nan Xiaonan said directly. How can the boss lose? At that moment, a half-shaved bald man poked his head out from the corridor on the second floor. Sorcerer Sanzang said excitedly, Those guys are wrong. They're not real Journey West. At most, they're fan works. I want to write my own. Give me more books so that I can copy them. Boss Luo smiled. A black circle instantly appeared above the living room. Then, all kinds of books poured down like running water. However, they weren't piled up randomly. Instead, they were stacked neatly. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of books was piled up in the living room. Sorcerer Sanzang's eyes lit up. He casually grabbed a book from the mountain of books and rushed into the room. You'll be my first reader. Nan Xiaonan glanced at the black circle that wasn't closed. She had a feeling that the mountain of books before her wasn't all. This was just the beginning. At this moment, Ms. Maid slowly walked down from upstairs. Today, Ms. Maid spent about half a day to perform a system maintenance on Main God's World. She also added a new mod update notice. The next expansion pack of the Evil Dragon era was The Second Coming of the Evil Dragon. The Second Coming of the Evil Dragon. There's no end to this, right? Damn it. Little, she gritted her teeth as she looked at the game update notice and the introduction of the new expansion pack. She was so angry that she almost smashed her mouse. The introduction went like this. The final sunset dragon was too difficult. For tens of thousands of years, it couldn't find its own kind. Loneliness swallowed the sunset dragon's remaining rationality. Tens of thousands of years of loneliness made it feel that everything it saw was beautiful, so it crazily plundered the entire world. Finally, at the end of the storm, the final sunset dragon found a way to leave its bloodline in the ruins of the gods' battlefield. Through the strange power of the earth egg, the sunset dragon successfully gave birth to a descendant. She stored herself and the dragon egg she laid in the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. After countless years, a tiny crack finally appeared on this unique dragon egg. Smack! The mouse was still smashed. Little, she jumped onto the chair and grabbed the screen with both hands in fury, wanting to smash it. Bad woman. Damn bad woman. You're the one who has been single for tens of thousands of years. You're the one who produces and sells your own products. Damn it. I'm not done with you. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, an alarm-like thing in the bedroom sounded crazily. Little, she didn't have time to be angry at this moment. She quickly cleaned up the things, took out a math book, and pretended to sit properly. After a while, the door of the room opened, and Annie Ren and Lizzie walked in with several big bags. Little she, your sister Lizzie and I are here. Ah, are you reading? You're a good child. Auntie Rin walked into the kitchen with the bags with a gratified face. Let's eat hot pot tonight. Are you looking forward to it? Yes. I like hot pot the most. Little she gradually became cute. Lizzie squinted and looked around suspiciously. While little, she lowered her head to read. Lizzie inadvertently reached out to touch the computer screen. It's hot. However, she followed him into the kitchen as if nothing had happened and started to get busy. Little, she looked over and saw that Ran Xiling and Lizzie were already busy in the kitchen. She sighed regretfully. She was really caught in a trap of her own making. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Originally, it was just a casual remark that she blurted out. Later, the news spread like wildfire within the administration of Divine Land. That day, when she appeared in front of Ran Xiling as Xiaoxi, the true dragon of Divine Land actually had the thought of smashing a pot that had nothing to lose. Her idea was very simple. That was to appear as little she and make Boss Luo suffer. But she didn't expect that Boss Luo would turn around and checkmate her, saying that he was about to go on a long journey and Ran Xiling would be in his care. What could she do? What she said would be thrown out, and soon Kelowna Shinryu's words were recognized as the golden rule in Kelowna. She dug the hole herself, so she had to bury it herself. Another thing was that Ran Xiling had officially gone through the formalities to adopt Little She. By the way, Little She, Auntie Ren's voice suddenly came from inside. What's the matter? Didn't I tell you that you have a brother? Bah! Who wants this brother? Yes. What's the matter? Nothing. It's just that your brother is leaving tomorrow. He said that he has to go back with your future sister-in-law to deal with some family matters. He'll be gone for a few months. Auntie Ren walked out while wiping her hands on her apron. I was going to arrange a formal meeting between you two, but it's too late, so I can only wait until next time. Hey, Little She, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Are you not feeling well? That's right. She was not feeling well. I don't want this brother, and I don't want this so-called future sister-in-law. When she thought about how she had to use Little She's identity to greet that damn bad woman's sister-in-law in a soft voice, Little She, Kelowna Shinryu, felt uncomfortable all over. Rin, godmother. Xiao. She suddenly sighed at this time and hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Are you really not feeling well? Ran Xiling hurriedly reached out to touch the child's forehead. Where are you feeling unwell? My heart doesn't feel well. Little She held her chest at this time and said, I don't know why, but when I heard you say future sister-in-law just now, my heart felt very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable, and I wanted to cry. Yu Yi. Auntie Rin couldn't help being stunned and frowned subconsciously. How come? You haven't seen him before. I don't know what's wrong with me. Little She suddenly threw herself into Auntie Ren's arms. I just heard that my brother has a wife, so I feel very uncomfortable. Auntie Rin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, gently patting the child's head. You're making a fuss. It's true that he's your brother, but you haven't seen him before. Little She said dreamily, when I was a child, my father invited a fortune-teller home. That fortune-teller said that I would marry my brother in the future. At that time, my father didn't believe it and said that the fortune-teller was a liar. But the fortune-teller said that this brother was not his biological brother, so he wasn't afraid. My father got even angrier and threw the fortune-teller out. Ran Xiling couldn't help but frown at this time. Little She said faintly, although the fortune-teller left, my father always cared about what the fortune-teller said. My father always felt that my mother would take me and run away with another man, so he kept my mother and me at home. Finally, one day, my mother couldn't stand it and quietly left. Then my father didn't care about me and went out to work. Little She, Rin Xiling lovingly hugged the child tighter. Little She said softly, in fact, what my father didn't know was that the fortune-teller secretly told me that when I was 14 years old, I would start a new life and my destined family and husband would appear. When my father wasn't at home, I would think about what this brother is like. I thought about it every day, every night, and even in my dreams. Little, she looked up at Ren Xiling with tears in her eyes. I know it's wrong, but I just feel so sad. That fortune teller really said that. Andy Ren frowned. At this time, Little, she gently nodded in her arms. Speaking of this, Auntie Rin didn't really believe it in the past, especially when Master Huang was asked to look at Luo Chio's marriage. But that Master Huang was obviously a charlatan. She almost vomited blood after looking at him. But today was different from the past. Now the extraordinary power had appeared, and it didn't avoid the eyes of the world. Could it be that the fortune teller really had the ability to accurately predict that Little, she would marry her brother? What should she do? Her son and future daughter-in-law you seemed to be very harmonious, and their relationship was very stable. But looking at Little She's appearance, it was obvious that because of the fortune teller's words when she was young, she kept thinking about it day and night, and even started to have delusions. This was actually a kind of self-hypnosis that started when she was young, so that she had a kind of obsession with this must be the right person for the brother that she had never met, right? At this time, Annie Wren's heart was in a mess. She thought that if it really didn't work, she would go to the orphanage and adopt an older boy. This was also a kind of realization, right? Chapter 2055. The car stopped in front of a popular milk tea shop. The car was a shabby car driven by a friend. As for the original car, it was in the repair shop. Sir Ma climbed out of the car with difficulty. Ma Hao looked around and soon found Yi Yan. He quickly walked over. There was a woman sitting next to Yi Yan with her back to him. Good boy. No wonder you asked me to come here. It turns out that you have a girl. You are really a playboy. See who she is first, Yi Yan said grumpily. Who is she? Ollie? It had been a few years since they sat together and chatted like this. It was the first time for them to have such a gathering since they went their separate ways a few years ago. At first, they didn't speak and just looked at each other. After a while, Yi Yan said, I have to leave in the afternoon. My flight is at 4 o'clock. So soon? Old Ma was stunned. Yi Yan nodded and said, I came back for a business trip. Now that I've finished my business, I have to go back and make a report. Although this matter has gone beyond all my expectations. The public order squad, Ma Hao murmured. Who would have thought that the wanted guy would suddenly become the guy in charge of supervision? If that's the case, your immediate superior must be having a headache right now. Yi Yan didn't say anything. Strictly speaking, he was only a marginal member of the Special Affairs Department of the Criminal Police Organization. He had preliminary contact with some cases involving transcendence, but he didn't have much law enforcement authority. Even this time, if the members of Ice Cream Pudding were not confirmed to be ordinary people, they wouldn't have sent him to hunt them down. But even so, the department still sent the little werewolf to help him. Speaking of which, I have to go back to the capital tomorrow, Ollie said very casually. Yi Yan and Ma Hao both looked at her. Ollie said indifferently, Why are you looking at me like that? Is it strange for me to return to the capital? It's not strange. You will definitely go back. Ma Hao immediately shook his head and said, But go back now? Isn't the summit still ongoing? It's closing tomorrow. Li thought for a moment and said, Actually, everything that should be said in the meeting has been said. According to what I know, several representatives left early today. Ma Hao was stunned and then said in a low voice, Are these delegations secretly going to the New World Alliance again? I saw on the Black Card website that the New World Alliance's reception of extraordinaries was like that of an emperor. Money and mansions were secondary. The key was that they would directly become nobles, which could be passed down for 3 generations. Aristocrats. This New World Alliance is really retro. How dare they call themselves New World? I've also heard about this matter. Ali's face became more serious. This matter only appeared today. The cause of this matter was a post posted on the Black Card website. It was posted by the official account of the New World Alliance on the Black Card website. Therefore, there was a new round of uproar in the world's public opinion. As for the World Superpower Summit, because it was nearing its end and there was no eye-popping event like the Power Conference, the popularity of the discussion had decreased a lot these days. On the contrary, the New World Alliance began to occupy the high ground of public opinion. Since its establishment, there had been big news every day. For example, this time, the extraordinaries who had become nobles of the New World Alliance were jokingly called celestial dragons in the real world. It seems that the New World Alliance is really unscrupulous in order to attract extraordinaries. Yi Yan shook his head. I'm afraid that the life of ordinary people will be even worse. Sir Ma saw it very clearly at this moment and said disdainfully, when have ordinary people ever had a good life? Whether it's the livestock of society or the livestock of extraordinaries, they are all livestock. Ollie was unhappy and stared at Mahoud. She laughed and scolded Mahoud. I think you are the livestock. Mrs. Ma is already old, and you can still have a second child. Sir Ma said proudly. This was because he was still young. The three of them chatted for a while. Sir Ma raised his milk tea and said, I won't say much else. It's meaningless to say it. Here, I'll use milk as a substitute for wine. I wish the two of you a bright future. I'm going to drink this milk. He spoke with a loud voice, and others looked at him strangely. Yi Yan and Ali could only cover their faces and pretend that they did not know this person. Okay, I sneaked out. It's time to go back to work. Well, I'm grounded, Old Ma said bitterly. I'm leaving tomorrow and there's no rest. I'll go shopping by myself. Ali flipped her hair. See you next time. I don't have anywhere to go. I'll just sit here for a while. Yi Yan looked at the two of them with a smile. Yi Yan sat alone at the tea table outside the milk tea shop, scrolling through the news on his phone. Suddenly, someone slowly placed a bottle of Corona in front of him. Yi Yan looked up and saw a dark-skinned, bearded man. Bernard, a member of ice cream pudding and a former information technician of the Interpol. I don't think I ordered this. Yi Yan was startled at first, then he frowned and said, It's on me. Bernard pulled out a chair and sat down. You've been chasing us for several months. You should be tired. It's nothing to treat you to a drink. Yi Yan did not make a move. He just asked curiously, You can come out? The people from the Magician Association gave you freedom? I only came out after greeting them, Bernard said with a self-deprecating tone. Bernard said, self-deprecatingly, I'm afraid this is the most unfree so-called monitor I know. Of course. You and I both know that this is just a political act to save our reputation. So you came to me just to treat me to a drink? Yi Yan said expressionlessly. That's not it. Bernard said, I'm here to look for you. Yi Yan, are you interested in joining our picket squad? Although this picket squad is a face-saving project, the ice tower owner of the Magician Association is fair. She gave us the right to form the squad. Yi Yan was silent for a moment before he asked, Why did you consider me? First of all, it's because you're a normal person. Bernard said directly, We've discussed that we don't want any extraordinaries in the picket squad. This is the bottom line. Also, we understand you better. Understand? Yi Yan laughed and said, This should be our second conversation, right? The last time was a few days ago when we were in the farm warehouse. That's enough. Bernard looked straight at Yi Yan and said seriously, We considered you because you've been chasing us for a few months, so we understand you. Mr. Yi, you're a very straightforward person. You just need to give me an answer whether you're willing or not. Can't I have time to consider? Yi Yan shook his head and said indifferently, Also, you're wrong. I'm actually not very straightforward, and I'm an indecisive person. It's difficult for me to make a choice. This is my personal phone number. Bernard pushed a card in front of Yi Yan. Whenever you have an answer, call this number. I'll keep this number for you forever. Yi Yan chuckled and said, It's a pity that you're not a beauty. I don't dare to move at all. Touched? Bernard nodded and said, I hope we can have a touching friendship. I'll wait for your answer, Mr. Yi. Also, I think we'll meet again soon. Yi Yen still didn't dare to move, watching Bernard leave. In the end, he picked up the card and flicked it with his finger. Then he casually stuffed it into his clothes and raised his hand. Waiter, the bill. The little celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was a bit busy these days, because many seniors of Taoist sects came to find him, saying they wanted to discuss Taoism. They said they were good friends with the old celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and that they had killed demons together when they were young. Some even said they made a mistake when they were young. Senior, I heard you're cultivating pure yang qi. How did you make a mistake? Momo looked at this old man with a red face in amazement, like a celestial being. His hair was snow white, but his skin was like a newborn's, as if it would break at the slightest touch. Well, there was also the smell of perfume. The old man smiled, but didn't say anything, which was more thought-provoking. He said he hadn't seen the old celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain for many years, so he hoped to visit him one day. Momo said seriously, his little temple on Dragon Tiger Mountain was too small to accommodate so many people. How about Dahu generously buy him more protective talismans so that he could expand his little temple? Everyone said enthusiastically. Dragon Tiger Mountain was a unique Taoist sect in Kelowna, but they could only live in a small temple. It was a waste of talent. We have money, we have strength. Little friend M.O., don't worry, we'll take care of it. That's right. Little friend M.O., which mountain are you on now? How about this? I'll buy your mountain and give it to you as a gift. Well, we'll take it as a gift from our Taoist association. Indeed, it's time to develop it. Little friend Mo's talisman technique is unparalleled in the world. It'll be ridiculous if we don't develop it. When they said that those who had the money would contribute, they would ask for hundreds of millions. When they said that those who had the money would contribute, they would start to look for large construction teams. Those who said they'd buy the mountain really sent their disciples to do it. The little celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain only knew now that the Taoist Association was really rich in the secular world. He felt that the old celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain didn't allow him to fool around in the Taoist Association, so he missed out on a few $100 million. However, these senior experts had been cultivating hard to find a breakthrough, so they didn't know how to spend their money. That's why Secretary Song's cunning ideas made these people feel strange. Speaking of which, these seniors didn't have it easy. Before the spiritual energy was released, they were determined to find a breakthrough. They cultivated hard and never complained about being tired, but now that the spiritual energy was released and there was a turning point in the world, they were sure that they had no hope of making a breakthrough. Their last hope was defeated by the cruel reality. That's why they indulged in their last days. No matter what, these senior experts were becoming more and more enthusiastic with each passing day. On this day, the little celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain couldn't handle it anymore. He called a floor attendant of Song Dynasty Hotel and exchanged clothes with him before strolling out. Actually, Momo didn't want to stay at the Song Dynasty Hotel. However, after the power conference, the 100 Tribulations Taoists sent a message to him, hoping that he could stay with the Tao Sect Association for a few days instead of moving together. Momo guessed that this Mount Tai of Taoism had something else to say to him. But the 100 Tribulations Taoists had been attending the summit these days and hadn't come to find him yet. Where is this? The little celestial master who was wearing the attendant's clothes strolled in the courtyard of Song Dynasty Hotel. How extravagant such a secluded garden can be opened in the busy city. He leisurely found a pavilion and sat down. He played with his phone as if he was killing time. But before he walked to the pavilion, he saw a woman in white training clothes sitting cross-legged on a big rock behind the pavilion. Chuyang, that mysterious woman who represented the Taoist Association in the power conference and shocked everyone with her fists. The little celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain didn't expect that he would encounter this mysterious woman. He couldn't help but feel surprised. At this moment, Chuyang, who was meditating, slowly opened her eyes as if she sensed someone approaching. I went the wrong way. Momo smiled casually. I won't disturb you. Wait a moment. Chuyang suddenly stopped him. What's the matter? Momo stopped and looked back. Chuyang looked at Momo and remained silent for a while before saying softly, You practice talisman arts? No. Momo smiled. I don't practice talisman arts. I just sell safety talismans. Talisman arts can't guarantee safety. Only by selling safety talismans can people know safety. Chuyang pondered for a moment, then jumped down from the rock. She picked up a tree branch and drew something on the sand. The little celestial master of Mount Longhu lowered his head and looked. As he looked, a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. This is... Momo couldn't help but frown. This is a talisman art from the pre-Qin period, Chuyang said indifferently. But I don't practice talisman arts. I can only remember some of it. I only remember this talisman completely. Maybe you can understand it. Momo didn't speak. He even squatted down and stared at the talisman on the ground. This talisman is a bit strange. A talisman art from the pre-Qin period? Miss, where did you see it? I forgot, Chuyang said indifferently. The little celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain shrugged. Then I can't understand it. It's up to you. Chuyang threw the branch into the grass nearby. This talisman, I'll give it to you. Momo didn't speak, continuing to frown at the talisman. He didn't even notice when Chuyang left. He just muttered from time to time, This thing, why do I feel it's a talisman for sealing something? Song Haoran had just returned from the gym when he saw Princess Chuyang standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the Forbidden City. Young Master Song walked over slowly, asking casually, I heard from the waiter that you went out. I met someone, Princess Chuyang said indifferently. Young Master Song pretended to be jealous. Who did you meet? A man or a woman? Princess Chuyang didn't notice young Master Song's expression. Her eyes seemed to be glowing, saying softly, someone who may be able to suppress the aura of Kelowna again. Chapter 2056. Song Haoran was also a little busy these few days. As the World Extraordinary Association had already been established, the establishment of a branch in the Kelowna region had also been put on the agenda. This time, the member states of the Transcendent Association, especially the members of the board of directors, had to set up the association's branches in their respective regions as soon as the meeting ended. At this moment, the Kelowna Dao sect was quarreling with the Demon Race Alliance because of the branch. Of course, as this was the city of exclusion, they couldn't start a fight. Even if they were impatient, they couldn't start a fight. At most, they could only spit, curse, take off their shoes, and throw things like that. And this would probably continue for a period of time. As the Extraordinary Conference had temporarily decided to divide the surrounding 300 kilometers of the City of Exclusion into the Demon Race's autonomous zone, the Dao Sect Association seemed to be determined to get the branch this time. Little Song, what do you think we can do to make these Demon Race members give up on the election of the branch's head? This time, the few big shots in the Dao sect didn't directly participate. As for the Demon Race, they didn't directly participate. It was all their subordinates who were shouting. Song Haoran was still a subordinate, so he could only follow along and shout. That's right, Little Song. Look at the Power Conference. Not many of these Demon Race members participated, and they were the ones who obtained the most pearls from our Dao sect. What right do they have to come and take the peaches now? What gave Song Haoran a headache was that Dao demons were born to be enemies. No matter what it was, as long as they encountered the Demon Race, the Dao sect's hot-blooded warriors would fight for it. It was the same for the Demon Race. However, Song Haoran couldn't directly participate in such a matter of snatching territory. Even though he was already the secretary of the Dao Sect Association and was quite capable, he was only able to mobilize some of the Dao Sect Association's forces for now. When it came to such a situation, he could only act as an advisor. How about we do something? Song Haran thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk to Reverend Huanyang and tell him that we can agree to let the higher-ups of the demon race take up some important posts in Kelowna. But at the same time, the demon race must agree to give the Taoist members the authority to move freely in the demon race's autonomous region. Also, when traders of the Taoist sects escape into the demon race's autonomous region, the demon race cannot stop us from capturing them for any reason. Yes, that's the idea. We can also ask the demon race's autonomous region to open up some commercial rights." That was a good idea. In the end, the matter of the branch association will definitely not be settled. In my opinion, the appointed Kelowna Shinryu will personally take action and cut the cake. Rather than being passive when the time comes, it is better to fight for more benefits now. I'll go and tell Reverend Huanyang about it right away. Please wait, Taoist. The Taoist hurriedly ran away. Song Haran secretly shook his head, thinking about the Kelowna Shinryu who had suppressed both the Taoist and the demon race for thousands of years. For thousands of years, both sides had not reached the point where they would fight to the death. It seemed that this Kelowna Shinryu was worried sick. In the midst of his busy schedule, Song Haran took some time to go to the gym. After taking a shower, he returned to his room and saw Princess Chuyang. He heard her say that she had met someone. Suppress the spiritual energy of Kelowna? Song Haran was shocked by Princess Chuyang's idea and did not say anything. Chuyang's temperament was not suitable for jokes. Usually it was fine to be naughty and treat it as a buffer between the two parties. However, when it came to big matters, she needed to be calm. "Princess, do you know the consequences of doing this?" He had to ask Princess Chuyang clearly. Princess Chuyang said indifferently, "It's nothing more than the spiritual energy of Kelowna returning to its previous level. Ever since the Great Qin Empire was founded, they have been living the same way. It's hard to live frugally from luxury." Song Haran hit the nail on the head. Princess Chuyang said seriously, "If it wasn't for the eruption of Mount Tai's spirit vein, there wouldn't be such a new thing as the Transcendental Association." Song Haran did not comment. The established facts cannot be overturned. However, if your Highness wants to return to the past, I'm afraid that the Taoist and demon race of Kelowna will not be kind to you. "I don't need anyone to be kind to me," Princess Chuyang said indifferently. "I only want the world to be kind to the people. They are the foundation of the human race, not livestock used by the Taoist and demon race to plunder resources." Song Haran, remember one thing. I will always be the princess of the human race. Song Haran was moved by these words, so he could only say mischievously, "Princess, the Great Qin Empire is gone." Princess Chuyang snorted lightly. Song Haran shook his head, then said, "After the Conference of Power, many people in the Taoist sects are very interested in your identity. Your Highness, do you think the 100 Tribulations sect master has already guessed your background? The 100 Tribulations immortal elder of Kunlun. I've heard of him since I was young." Princess Chuyang shook her head, "And I'm just a dispensable princess of the Great Qin. The 100 Tribulations immortal elder might not care. Let's leave this matter to fate. I have something to do." Song Haran suddenly said at this time, "I won't accompany you, your Highness. If you have something to say, inform the waiter outside." Princess Chuyang didn't say anything, nor did she watch Song Haran leave. She continued to look out of the window. From here, she could vaguely see the exaggerated landscape of the Song Dynasty Hotel. It seemed that she could vaguely see a figure squatting in a small corner of the hotel's garden. "This is the imperial edict that my father used all the necromancers in the world and spent 10 years to develop. You can read it? When can I go out?" As soon as he returned to the office, the young master of the Song family was immediately pulled by his ear and roared fiercely, "Didn't you go out?" Song Haran successfully rescued his ear from the evil hand and gently rubbed it. "Look, from your room to my office, there are several floors and several corridors in between, hundreds of meters." Song Haran. Ignoring Song Ying's roar, Song Haran said unyieldingly, "There's still one more person who wants to harm you outside. As long as we haven't found this person and the mastermind behind him, you can't leave the bodyguard's line of sight. You can't even take half a step out of the hotel. If you continue to mess around, when the old man comes, I won't take care of you." Song Ying was about to take off her shoes, but she was stunned when she heard this. Grandpa is coming? Didn't he just go back to South America not long ago? Something happened. I don't say it now, but you will probably know it soon. Song Haran nodded, and then his face darkened. Do you remember that something happened in the hospital after you and Luochio came back from Tushni's manor? Song Ying frowned. You mean the strange virus that turned people into zombies? Weren't all the infected people killed at that time and all the corpses were burned? Song Haran said not all of them. There was still one infected person left behind. At that time, it was Mr. Blind who wanted to participate. We hope to be able to study the infected person's condition. However, Mr. Blind has been missing ever since he returned to China with us last year. That infected person could only be sealed in ice in the basement of one of our medical research institutes. Originally, everything was peaceful, but recently the research institute was attacked. The attacker is suspected to be a superhuman. Many of the warriors in our village died, and the research institute was blown up. When we were cleaning up, we discovered that the infected person who was sealed up had disappeared. A superhuman attacked our research institute. Song Ying had already sat down. Could it be because of the infected person? Song Haran shook his head and said, that shouldn't be the case. According to the old man's analysis, this should be the work of our Song family's rivals over there who hired a superhuman. It's a business matter. It's just that no one expected there to be an infected person in the basement of the research institute. What happened after that? Song Ying thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, could your return this time be related to the disappearance of the infected person? Song Haran nodded. I'm afraid that the infected person has already spread that terrifying virus. Recently, the local authorities have secretly sealed off several streets. If it can be contained, it'll be fine. But if it can't be contained and erupts, the consequences will be too serious. I've already suggested to the old man to evacuate, so we might as well evacuate everyone in the village as well. The old man has already agreed to it. In any case, the few plots of land I bought previously have already been approved, so we can settle them down now. Song Ying frowned and said, This matter, isn't it a little unkind? No matter what, if the infected person hadn't back then, the situation wouldn't be like this now, right? Song Haran smiled bitterly and said, Something that shouldn't have happened has happened. If we pursue the matter now, where are we going to find Mr. Blind? Or should we ask the old man to step forward and take responsibility for this matter? Or you? Or me? Song Ying remained silent. She was a little speechless. She even felt a faint stabbing pain in her head. When Song Haran said that the infected person might have already infected several streets, some images suddenly flashed through her mind. On the dilapidated streets, corpse-like creatures were wandering around. There were bullet marks and burning flames everywhere. The city had already fallen. She seemed to have seen something similar before. However, she was unable to recall when or where she had seen it. Song Ying suddenly felt a chill, and she subconsciously hugged her arms. Song Haran comforted her. Don't worry too much. Even if the virus has erupted, it shouldn't cause too serious of a consequence. Don't forget, this is now a superhuman society. Those superhumans will not allow the virus to wreak havoc. I hope so. Song Ying slowly exhaled. She looked at Song Haran and said softly, I'll go back to my room first. I'm a little tired. She was really tired. After those images flashed through her eyes, she felt as though all her strength had been sucked out. Song Ying had never felt so weak before. A biting incident occurred in the small town. Biohazard crisis? Survival in the apocalypse? loss of humanity, or the local gang has announced that they will take over the incompetent government. They appeal to the public not to go out on the streets if there is no urgent matter. The messenger of the Baki Church has announced that they will open their church to help the affected people. Well, it's cute that there is no news from the Transcendent Association. The New World Alliance hasn't started any big news yet. Humans can't control themselves anymore. Is there going to be a doomsday crisis? In the departure hall, Madame Rin was holding her phone and eating popcorn like crazy. She was here to send them off today. At this moment, Luocio and you were checking in, so Madame Rin was playing with herself. After sending them through the security check, she would return to the magazine office to work. What crisis? Boss Luo's voice suddenly sounded. Madame Ren raised her head and looked at Boss Luo behind her. She was not afraid that her neck would break. Look, it's a big movie. She raised her phone. Luocio glanced at it casually. The servant girl beside him also glanced at it at this time. You two are fine at home. Why are you going out? Madame Ren nagged at this time. It's too dangerous outside. The servant girl apologized. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to go back personally because of some family matters, Madame Rin liked this. At this time, she touched the servant girl's little hand and said, Hey, I just feel that it's too dangerous outside. I'm afraid that something will happen to the two of you. Don't think that I'm speaking human words. Bah, don't take it seriously. We'll come back immediately after we're done with our business, the servant girl said softly. At this time, Madame Rin joked. Speaking of which, this kid said that you were in a hurry to go back to deal with some family matters? I still don't know what happened. Don't tell me you're going back to inherit the inheritance? The servant girl said, Well, an elder in the family passed away and left me an inheritance. I need to go back personally to deal with it. Is there really an inheritance? Madame Rin almost bit her tongue. How much is there? Not much, probably a few manors, an old castle, and some wineries and farms. The servant girl smiled slightly. There are some other things that will probably take a long time to deal with. So this time it may take a longer time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Madame Rin, whose eyes had turned into the shape of a dollar, directly pulled the two of them at this time and walked quickly to the security checkpoint. Damn, I'm rich. She knew that her future daughter-in-law was a rich woman, but she didn't expect her to be so rich. Previously, Madame Rin was a little worried about the fortune teller that Xiaoxi said. How could she care about it now? She was even prepared to go to the welfare agency to find an obedient and cute boy to fulfill Xiaoxi's destiny if she really couldn't do it. Speaking of which, Madame Rin suddenly thought of a problem. Her son seemed to be fated to be with rich women. Let's not talk about the future daughter-in-law. Just the young lady of the Song dynasty seems to be interested in this kid. In addition, she and the young lady of the Zhang family were classmates, and they were the only two classmates in the whole class. This kid's father is obviously a tough guy. Why does this kid seem to be crooked? He seems to be born to live off a woman. In the corner of the airport, looking at the plane that was about to soar into the sky, a certain Shinryu flicked her tongue and made a TSK sound. Then she snorted and turned away. At this time, something suddenly jumped on Long Shira's body, climbed all the way around her body, and finally landed on her shoulder. Kelowna's Shinryu was instantly petrified. She looked at the thing on her shoulder in disbelief. A little thing. It was a snow-white ferret. Whitey. Her voice slightly trembled as she called out that distant name. The little thing on her shoulder seemed to understand her, intimately rubbing its head against her ear. It's really you. Kelowna's Shinryu muttered, holding the little thing in her hand. She recalled those scattered memories. After a long time, the plane roared and flew into the blue sky. Kelowna's Shinryu lowered her head and chuckled. She pointed at the mink in her arms and said softly, Let me tell you, I met a bad guy. He stole my heart, and then I couldn't get angry. Don't you think it's so annoying? The stewardess led Nan Xiaonan to the front of the seat, carefully told her some things to pay attention to, and then left. Lady Nan stood up, lying on the chair and looking at the back seat. In the business class, there were only her and two other passengers, Boss Luo and Miss Maid. Boss, we don't need to board the plane on purpose, right? Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes. Boss Luo smiled. We're going to a very far place. How can we get there without a plane? Boss, you're being naughty again. Nan Xiaonan shrugged, and then looked at the destination on the plane ticket. She couldn't help but feel confused. Didn't the boss say that they were going to another world? Why were they flying to France? Could it be that they were going to leave this world after arriving there? Although she was full of doubts, Nan Xiaonan knew that she shouldn't ask too many questions. So she fastened the seatbelt and closed her eyes to rest. She felt the start of the plane and the change of gravity on her body. The roaring sound in her ears also meant that they were going to the sky. Nan Xiaonan felt a little tired, and in a daze, she really fell asleep. She didn't know how long had passed, but she suddenly heard a clear female voice. It was like this. Next stop, the city of Saint Orleans. Next stop, the city of Saint Orleans. The city of Saints is one of the 7 capitals of the Kingdom of Holy Light. The tourism industry here is extremely developed, distinguished passengers. Nan Xiaonan suddenly woke up, subconsciously looking out of the cabin. The plane was about to land, but she saw a huge city that seemed to be glowing, and in the center of this city there was a statue that was more than 100 meters high. A statue of a woman holding a war flag high. What the hell is this city of saints? This is Orleans. Lady Nan, the newcomer in the shop, suspected that she seemed to have come to a fake France. Chapter 2057. They called this place the Kingdom of Holy Light, the place where devout people return to. The 7 largest capitals in the Kingdom of Holy Light were City of Dawn, City of Scorching Heaven, City of the Old Testament, Maria, Canaan, Eden, and City of Saints, where Nan Xiaonan was now. All the cities and towns in the Kingdom of Holy Light were built around these 7 capitals, and the population was more than 300 million. The moment Nan Xiaonan walked out of the cabin, she was sure that this wasn't the original subworld number 003. Maybe it wasn't even a subworld. She could vaguely feel a huge will scattered in the whole world. But it wasn't the will of the subworld, but some supreme will. Compared to the world fragments, Nan Xiaonan preferred to call this kingdom of holy light God's kingdom. In the dimensional void, the kingdom run by the powerful gods of the mythological faction was the secret of the gods' power, and it was the source of their endless godly power. Then the question was, what was the boss's intention for descending directly into the god's kingdom of a god? I'm here for a trip, and I want to take something. Hearing Boss Luo's words, Nan Xiaonan was skeptical. She didn't care about the excuse of a trip, but the key was to take something. What was it that made the boss of an indescribable existence come to take it personally? Was it a powerful void magic or a priceless treasure? Anyway, she had to follow the boss out of the airport of Orleans City, City of Saints first. Yes, this world with a mysterious name was actually a world with a good technological civilization. It seemed more prosperous and advanced than the subworld number 003. Boss Luo was quite curious about everything here, and he looked around from time to time. However, Miss Maid, who followed behind him, didn't seem surprised. Nan Xiaonan walked as fast as Miss Maid and asked softly, "Yi, have you been here before? It seems familiar." How should I put it? Miss Maid thought for a while and said, "Generally speaking, I have lived in this place for a while, but I haven't been back for a long time, and this place has changed a lot." Indeed, Nan Xiaonan felt that her sixth sense had not deteriorated. She immediately asked, "If that's the case, you, Miss Yi, must know a lot about this place. Why don't you tell me a little first? You see, the boss came here to do something. This is my first time here, and I'm not as capable as Miss Yi. I'm so clumsy." I'm afraid I might accidentally break some taboo and ruin the boss's plans. Nan Xiaonan is very sensible, the servant girl said with a chuckle. I know that if I insist on staying by the boss's side, you will definitely want to find a way to dissolve me. At this time, of course, I have to flatter you to save myself. So tell me about it? Nan Xiaonan automatically became cute. Miss Maid acted as if she didn't see it and said casually, This capital is relatively free and there are no special rules. In addition to the capital of saints, the city of Orleans is also called the capital of freedom. The residents here basically live in the name of freedom. In the name of freedom? Nan Xiaonan thought. Miss Maid said with a faint smile, Lady Nan, what you are pursuing seems to be freedom too. Nan Xiaonan smiled embarrassedly and changed the topic. The atmosphere of freedom here is quite strong. She said this, but she felt that compared to freedom, the people here seemed to be more suitable to be described as undisciplined. The passengers walking out of the airport seemed to be walking at a leisurely pace. Even the staff inside the airport gave Nan Xiaonan the feeling of a retired veteran. It seemed that the people here were very used to a slow life. Thinking of this, Nan Xiaonan suddenly saw 3 patrolling guards in the airport suddenly become fierce and fierce. Nan Xiaonan was surprised by the sudden change from a state of leisurely killing time to a vigorous attitude. The 3 patrolling guards quickly came to a passenger at this time. Littering everywhere is a felony. Catch him. Wait. I'm here for business from the city of the Old Covenant. I know you here. It's useless to know anyone. Littering is dirty. Being dirty is the original sin. Don't you know that the saints in the capital of saints hate dirty guys the most? Catch him. You can't do this to me. I was just careless. I didn't mean it. Wait. Let me go. I'm a 5th grade blessed. This is my blessed emblem. The passenger opened his palm in front of the guards at this time. But Nan Xiaonan looked carefully, but she didn't see anything. Did this guy really take out something? Being dirty is the original sin. This is the law set by the saints. The patrolling guards ignored him at this time. Catch him. Those who resist arrest will be punished by fire. In the end, the traveler didn't have the courage to resist and was taken away by the 3 patrolling guards with an embarrassed expression. The surrounding travelers didn't seem to be interested in this little episode and soon went their own way. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but secretly click her tongue. Didn't Miss Maid just say that there were no rules in this place and it was very free? Why would I be arrested for littering and barbecued human flesh so easily? The law here is very strict, isn't it? Nan Xiaonan subconsciously looked at the servant girl. Miss Maid looked thoughtfully at the guards who went away at this time and made Nan Xiaonan nod in surprise. Indeed, it's a little harsh, and the saints— By the way, I just heard these guards say that the saints— Who is the saints? Nan Xiaonan asked in a low voice. It sounds like the lawmaker of this capital. Like a ruler? About these questions, I think Nan Xiaonan can find the answer from this book. Miss Maid opened her palm at this time, and a book as thick as a brick fell into Nan Xiaonan's hand. She looked down at the cover of the book. Traveler's Guide to the City of Freedom. She looked at the author's name under the title of the book, Jean Dark. Jean sounds like a woman's name. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously frowned, and there were more and more question marks in her mind. But Miss Maid and the boss had already gone far. She had to put the book away and hurriedly followed them. Walking out of the airport, the statue of a woman holding the war flag in Orleans was even more eye-catching. Nan Xiaonan could vaguely feel that the statue gathered a lot of the will of this world. She even had a feeling that she didn't dare to look directly at it for too long. There are sightseeing tour buses here. Boss Luo's eyes lit up at this time. Looking at the row of tour buses parked at the side, he smiled and said, I like this kind of facility. Do you have the currency here? Use this. Miss Maid stretched out her hand and handed out a translucent card that seemed to be made of crystal. It should be enough to spend here. Boss Luo looked at the crystal card in his hand curiously. This is the way to pay the bill here? There seems to be some strange power here. Miss Maid said, It's the power of will, also known as the power of prayer. The residents of the holy light world can generate the power of will through devout prayer. The more devout a person is, the more power of will be generated in a single prayer. In addition, the power of will is the universal currency in the entire holy light world. Of course, there will be their own currency for settlement among the 7 capitals, but the power of will is more circulating. Nan Xiaonan widened her eyes. You can get the power of will just by praying? Then why do people here still have to work? Miss Maid glanced at Nan Xiaonan indifferently, because not working is the beginning of depravity. As a slacker, it's the sin of laziness of the 7 original sins of the holy light world. Only hard-working people would be loved by the gods. Getting rich through hard work is one of the ways to improve the level of God's favored. Beat. Boss Luo and the other 2 had already swiped their cards and boarded the bus. They sat on the upper level of the tour bus. At this time, there were only 3 of them on the upper level. There seemed to be quite few passengers who chose to take the tour bus. After finding a seat, Nan Xiaonan thought for a while and said, By the way, the passenger who was caught just now also mentioned the gods favored. What's the gods favored? If the power of will generated by a single prayer reaches 1,000, that person is the gods favored. Miss Maid said indifferently, and if a single prayer reaches 3,000 power of will, that person can be promoted to the 5th class gods favored. Starting from the 5th class, the higher the gods favored can generate more power of will. What does it mean to be gods favored? Social status and so on? Privileges and so on? Some of them. For example, to travel between the 7 capitals, one needs to be a gods favored. The servant girl thought for a moment and said, The City of Freedom is the only one that doesn't require one to be a god's chosen to walk around. As for Eden, one of the 7 capitals, one needs to be a god's chosen to walk freely. The other 7 capitals also have different rules. This world of holy light always feels. Nan Xiaonan frowned and said subconsciously, It's very institutionalized and the ranks are very clear. Miss Maid said indifferently, Only a civilization with a system can go far. Without a system, there won't even be a civilization. For all living beings, norms mean stability. Nan Xiaonan agreed and nodded vigorously, like a little fangirl looking at her idol. Here, here. You see, I said someone got on the bus. I didn't say anything wrong, right? The voice came from the front. At this time, a girl was holding another boy's arm and running excitedly to the 2nd floor of the tour bus. The girl's voice was so loud that it naturally attracted the attention of Boss Luo and the other 2. The boy who was pulled up sighed and walked forward. Sorry to disturb you. We didn't mean to talk about you. It's just that it's our first time in the City of Saints, and we wanted to take the tour bus. But we waited for a long time, and there weren't enough people, so the bus didn't depart. My sister was so excited because you guys got on the bus. Oh, can the bus depart with 5 people? Boss Luo thought for a while and said. The boy said, No, at least 3 people are needed to depart. 3 people in a group? This rule is quite good. Boss Luo smiled casually and looked at the boy. There are a lot of empty seats here. Find a seat that you like and sit down. It seems that the bus is really about to depart. A slight tremor had begun to spread on the bus. The boy and girl hurriedly found a seat and sat down beside Boss Luo and the others. The girl was the lively type. As for the boy, he was more reserved, probably because he had to take care of his sister during the trip. Hello, sir. The boy calmed down at this time and introduced himself. My name is Dasher. This is my sister Remia. We are from Minnie's village in Bredoni town under Orland City. Boss Luo also introduced them politely at this time. Mr. Luo, are you from the city of the Old Covenant? Dasher thought at this time and said, This surname seems to be from the city of the Old Covenant, and this lady, Nan, too, We are travelers. Boss Luo smiled and said, We don't have a fixed place to live. We are currently traveling. That's great, Dasher said with envy. Mr. Luo, you must be a very high god's favored to be able to travel all over the world. Remia and I, since we were young, the farthest place we have been to is the City of Saints. The boy Dasher was 16 years old, and the girl Remia was 15 years old. They were not old. Boss Luo asked curiously, You are so far away from home. Are the elders at home okay? It's okay, Dasher smiled and said, My parents won't disagree. After all, we didn't come to the City of Saints to travel, but to enter the school. Enter the school? Yes, Dasher said with a little pride. Before the new year, Remia passed the saint selection ceremony. I was a little worse, but I barely passed the god's favored ceremony, just enough to meet the requirements of entering the school. Nan Xiaonan learned a new term. This time she didn't ask, but quietly opened the City of Freedom Traveler's Guide in her hand. Saint selection ceremony? Miss Maid smiled and said, It's the City of Freedom Academy in Orland City, right? Yes. Dasher nodded. Remia passed the saint selection ceremony. She will definitely graduate in the future and become a candidate for Saint Girl. As for me, if I can become a member of the Saint Guard after graduation, it will be good enough. Miss Maid suddenly said, Is it necessary for the saint of the City of Freedom to choose Saint Girl? That saint probably left the Holy Light Kingdom long ago, right? Hearing this, Dasher's expression changed drastically. As for Remia, her eyes widened, and she hurriedly said, Big sister, you can't say that. Why isn't the saint here? I heard the saint's voice in the saint selection ceremony. Dasher looked around in horror and found that they were on the sightseeing bus, and the bus had already reached the highway. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, there are no masters of the Freedom Knight Legion nearby. Otherwise, if I were caught, I would be burned at the stake. Big brother, big sister, you can't be disrespectful to the saint. You really heard the saint's voice in the saint selection ceremony? Miss Maid frowned slightly. Yes, Remia nodded. I came to the City of Saints under the guidance of the saint. Miss Maid suddenly asked, Then will the saint appear in the saint selection ceremony that is held once every 10 years? Yes, Dasher said with a strange expression. Big sister, why are you asking such strange questions? I also think it's strange. Miss Maid smiled faintly. She suddenly looked at the huge statue and said, The saint is still here. How strange. End of chapter. Chapter 2058. Sure enough, my feeling wasn't wrong. This is indeed the kingdom of God outside the world. Closing the guidebook in her hand, Nan Xiaonan sighed quietly. The wind blowing from the upper floor of the sightseeing bus was a little noisy, blowing her bangs into a mess. Her mind wasn't here. Nan Xiaonan thought of the star creation realm that she used to store star creation creatures. To be precise, it was the star creation realm of her original body. Theoretically, the kingdom of holy light and the star creation realm were similar in nature. They both formed a space of their own. In this space, the holder was the supreme god. Nan Xiaonan's original body was born in the subworld of magic. In fact, she had become a god in the end. As an immortal god, it was natural to start creating a kingdom of God. The star creation realm was essentially the kingdom of God of Nan Xiaonan's original body. Star creation creatures were also equivalent to believers. In fact, if it weren't for the constant support of the star creation realm, Nan Xiaonan's original body would have to sell herself as a servant to survive in the dimensional void. As for the difference between the star creation realm and this kingdom of holy light, of course there was a difference. The difference was that the star creation realm was as big as a small town at most, while the kingdom of holy light was a whole continent with 7 capitals, countless towns, and hundreds of millions of permanent residents. But the most important thing is, Nan Xiaonan's expression became dignified at this time. The most important thing was that she saw such a sentence in the guidebook given by Miss Maid. After all, the kingdom of holy light is just a part of heaven. That's all. I didn't write anything after that. The author just substituted ellipses. Who knows what Jean, the author of the book, was thinking? But heaven? Is it referring to the heaven that has a huge legendary power in the infinite worlds, and is one of the giants in the dimensional void that is well known even to people like me? However, at this moment, the boss and Das Han and Remia were talking quite happily. Nan Xiaonan didn't dare to disturb them. She could only silently listen to Das Han and Remia's conversation. At the same time, she confirmed the content she saw in the guidebook and quickly improved her understanding of the kingdom of holy light. Focus on the main points. Highlight all the key points. Who knew if Miss Maid would take the exam? Mr. Luo, how long do you plan to stay in the Freedom City? Dahir suddenly asked. There's no specific time. Boss Luo thought for a moment and said, if Freedom City is suitable, I might stay for a while. If you haven't left in 5 days, why don't you come to the Open Coliseum in Orleans? Every year after the entrance ceremony of the City of Freedom Academy, there will be a group appearance event for the new students. Boss Luo smiled and said, you and your sister will be there too, right? Desu said, it's nothing much for us siblings to attend. In fact, the appearance of the new students every year is a very lively grand event in the Saint City. Moreover, the saint will also come and bless all the new students. For the students of the capital of Freedom Academy, if they can't be selected after graduation, this might be the only chance for them to be blessed by the saint. The Miss Servant was about to say something. Boss Luo patted the back of her hand quietly. He then looked at Dahir and said, Mr. Dahir, please let me see your bright smile and Miss Remia's spirit and smile during the appearance event. Remia suddenly lowered her head in a daze, her fingers fiddling with the hem of her clothes, not daring to speak. Dahir also scratched his head shyly. The sightseeing didn't take long, and the conversation between the two sides didn't continue. Most of the time, it was Dahir and Remia who were talking. However, the brother and sister, who came from a remote town in the Saint City, didn't have much contact with outsiders before. This Mr. Luo's identity as a traveler and his manner of speech was even more elegant than the only second-class gods chosen in their town. Moreover, this Mr. Luo gave off a mysterious feeling, which made the young boy and girl yearn for him. This Mr. Luo must be a high-level god's favored, right? Then it's a deal. Dahir took a deep breath at this time and looked forward to it. Nan Xiaonan, who was behind the seat, glanced back and forth between the boss and the brother and sister. She couldn't help but think of the boy in the weapon shop in the chessboard world. It seemed that he was in a similar situation. Here it comes. The boss has a physique that can eat both men and women. Dahir and his sister got off during the sightseeing. Because the road to Academy of Freedom City was different, they could only say goodbye. After 2 more stops, Boss Luo didn't plan to sit all the way to the main station, so he also chose to get off. Let's find a place to stay first. There's a good hotel nearby, the Miss Servant said with a smile. Nan Xiaonan hurriedly opened the traveler's guide in her hand and quickly found a recommended hotel. Since this guidebook was given by Miss Maid, then the good hotel she mentioned should be the one recommended in the guidebook, right? Rose Mansion, the name of the hotel. Academy of Freedom City. This huge academy, located on the west side of the City of Saints, was close to the sea. As one of the famous landmarks in the City of Saints, the seaside corridor of the academy had always been a must-stop for travelers from all over the world. If you could meet a beautiful girl in the academy in the seaside corridor, it would be a beautiful story. At this time, a train passed through the coastline and slowly entered the Academy of Freedom City. This was the bus that carried this year's freshmen. On the platform, the representative of the academy's mentors and the student representatives had been waiting for a long time. The train stopped and the door opened. When the first freshman stepped out with a little excitement and nervousness, he heard the following words. Welcome to the Academy of Freedom City. I'm a mentor of the Academy, Isabel. In front of the freshman was a beauty who was wearing a purple dress. She had a super figure and a magnetic voice. She looked like a noble lady. Hi. Hello. The first freshman stuttered in response. His eyes fell on Isabel's chest. What a big rose brooch! If one looked down from the sky, they would find that the entire Academy of Freedom City looked like a blooming rose. Therefore, the Academy of Freedom City was also called Rose Academy. The headmaster of the academy was a person who liked roses very much. Even the headmaster's office was located in a rose garden. The freshmen have arrived, and Isabel is in charge of greeting them. Is there any problem? In the courtyard, the principal's secretary asked. Behind the office was a glass wall, and through the glass wall, one could see the sea on the west side of the City of Saints. The principal was facing the sea. What problem? Last year, Ms. Bela Isha used the name of teaching the holy ritual to make 3 saintly girl candidates waver. In the end, they applied to withdraw from the academy because they were pursuing love. From what I know, these 3 candidates are working as maids in Ms. Bela Isha's house. In the name of love, love is the greatest feeling in the world. What reason do we have to reject students who choose to withdraw from the academy in the name of love? The principal said casually, this is the City of Freedom City of that saint. Pursuing love in the name of love doesn't conflict with freedom. However, these 3 candidates' levels dropped from 2nd class to 4th class, and they almost dropped to 5th class. The principal's secretary said, Didn't they just drop by 2 levels? It's not like they're fused. They'll bounce back, the principal said. They'll rise again after some time. Our academy's stock recently dropped by 7%. Pass on my message. I want to hold a board meeting. Right away. The principal turned his chair around abruptly and his face darkened. Right away. 7%. Didn't that evaporate tens of billions of my willpower? How dare they steal food from the poor? It seems that some people have forgotten the fear of being controlled by the wind of freedom. Let me guess who did this. Is it the orphans in the City of Dawn? Or is it the evil guys in the City of the Old Covenant? The principal's secretary didn't move at all. Instead, he turned the memo in his hand to a new page and said calmly, According to the previous arrangement, you'll go to the Court of Freedom tonight to attend the saint's private banquet. Please be on time tonight. Don't miss the banquet. The principal suddenly became less excited, and he said with a lack of interest, I know. It's just a routine. Forget it. Go to the Rose Mansion and prepare a bouquet of white roses for me. I'll bring it with me tonight. The secretary said calmly, You're not going in person? No. The principal shook his head fiercely. You know that I always quarrel with that guy whenever I see him. I'm too lazy to go. Then I'll take my leave. The secretary nodded and then turned around to leave. The courtyard suddenly became very quiet, but the principal was still worried about the fall of the academy stock. At this moment, a gust of wind blew open the window. The fierce wind blew the petals in the courtyard, making them dance and swirl. The headmaster frowned and muttered, Wind of freedom, why have you become so noisy? You've become, like that saint, temperamental. In the kingdom of heaven, which was peaceful and tranquil, people could naturally feel happy. In the city above the clouds, the palace of blazing angels. The palace of blazing angels housed the most outstanding children of him. The guardians of the kingdom of heaven, the powerful blazing angels. However, there weren't many blazing angels in the palace of blazing angels. Not long ago, there was a bad invasion against the kingdom of heaven. The group of thugs who exiled themselves to the outside of time and space was called the Transcendents. Even though S glory repelled the evil thugs in the end, the holy glory couldn't be tarnished. After the battle, Several blazing angels in the palace of blazing angels volunteered to leave the kingdom of heaven to search for the traces of those thugs. Now, the entire city of the saint was under the management of Lord Michael. Since the kingdom of heaven was invaded, Lord Michael temporarily stopped spreading the glory of the Lord to more worlds and returned to the kingdom of heaven with his angel army. If Lord Michael was there during the invasion that day, those thugs wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. This was what the angels in the city of the saint thought. Is there still no news from Auriel? The archangel Michael sat on the throne, his cold gaze moving back and forth between the two angel commanders below. There is indeed no news from Lord Auriel. One of the angel commanders lowered his head and said, "But since Lord Auriel has also descended to subworld number 3, then the cause of death of Maharel and the others who had descended before will definitely be found out. It's been too long. The angel on the throne was bathed in holy glory, and it was impossible to see his true appearance. There have been too many changes in the search for Metatron in subworld number 3 this time. I have a vague feeling of unease." The two angel commanders were shocked. The archangel on the throne was the archangel who ruled over all the angels. He was the one who spread his glory. What could make an archangel feel uneasy? Could it be that those thugs are involved in this matter? Not necessarily. We have been very careful in our search for Metatron. Those thugs can't possibly know about this. Subworld number 3 has always been a dangerous world. Perhaps something has obstructed them. However, Maharel and the other angels did die mysteriously when they descended. You may leave. The angel on the throne waved his hand. The two angel commanders didn't dare to say anything. They silently left the palace filled with holy light. The holy light of the kingdom of heaven seems to have weakened a little. The angel on the throne suddenly sighed. As he spoke, the angel on the throne pointed to the depths of the clouds. "If I were you, I wouldn't use the power of will of the kingdom of holy light at this time." At this moment, a light figure appeared in the sky. It was dressed in rough clothes and was so beautiful that it was difficult to distinguish its gender. It was the other seraph in the seraph palace, Raphael. "The holy light of the kingdom of heaven has weakened. Why can't we use the power of will to repair it?" The God on the throne said indifferently, "The glory of Father needs to shine on all the worlds and the worlds of all believers at all times. It's not a problem usually." Angel Raphael shook his head gently and said, "But not now. Have you forgotten? That time is coming soon. Once the number was not enough. Could it be that this time he would have to do the same as before and send her out? But this time who can we send out?" The angel on the throne was silent. After a long time, the holy light of the seraph palace seemed to have dimmed a little. The angel on the throne suddenly said, "I want to enter the kingdom of holy light once." Chapter 2059. There was such a place in the bustling city. It was hidden among the tall buildings, as if it was isolated from the entire city. It was very quiet. This was not something that could be achieved through any kind of magic. It was purely a matter of the ingenious use of space when it was designed. The mottled walls, the fragmented sunlight, and the cool air. This was the hotel recommended by the guidebook, Rose Mansion. It was strange. The Rose Mansion was actually not small, but it gave people the feeling that they would miss the bustling streets if they were not careful. A maid with bangs, almost covering her eyes, was holding a broom and leaning against the stairs in front of the door. She seemed to have fallen asleep. The signboard of the mansion looked quite old. Traces of being bitten by insects could be vaguely seen. "Hello." At this time, Nan Xiaonan directly walked to the front of the dozing maid and called out. The reason why she took the initiative was that her status was the lowest. Although Miss Yu always called herself a maid, Nan Xiaonan did not believe this nonsense at all. This maid was clearly the bad type. However, the dozing maid in front of the door did not seem to hear the call. Nan Xiaonan had to gently pat her shoulder, but she did not expect that with just a gentle pat, the maid would directly fall down the stairs. Nan Xiaonan. When did I become so powerful? Under Boss Luo's instruction, Nan Xiaonan was helped by the maid into the lobby of the Rose Mansion and put on the sofa on one side. The maid had actually fainted. The reason was unknown. There were no customers in the hotel at this time, except for the maid who fainted for unknown reasons. There were no other staff members. Nan Xiaonan tried to feed the fainted maid water. Did we come to the wrong place? I feel like this is not a popular hotel. Although it was very quiet, very elegant, and very charming at the same time, it also revealed a sense of poverty that was about to close down. No, this is the place. Miss Maid shook her head. There used to be many customers here, but now it seems that it has really declined. However, from the peak to the decline, things will always develop this way. Even if it has become like this, there is nothing strange about it. Isn't this the place you recommended? Why does it seem like you don't really care about it, even though it has declined? Nan Xiaonan suddenly couldn't understand what the maid was thinking. At this moment, the maid who fainted slowly woke up. Don't move. Nan Xiaonan quickly said, Are you conscious? Look at how many fingers I have here. Also look at me. Do I look good or not? 2 fingers. The maid was silent for a few seconds before she said in a low voice, And it's not pretty. Looks like you haven't completely woken up yet. Nan Xiaonan nodded. Come on, close your eyes again. Let's start again. How many fingers are there? Who are you? The maid turned her face and looked at Boss Luo and Miss Maid behind Nan Xiaonan with a trace of doubt. Then she seemed to think of something and her expression changed. She said with a helpless voice, Boss didn't come back today. You may have come in vain. Boss didn't come back, so the door won't open, Boss Luo said indifferently. We plan to stay here for the night. It seems that we have to find another place. Stay here for the night. The maid instantly screamed and pushed Nan Xiaonan away. She jumped up like a catapult and said, There's no problem with lodging. Dear guest, I'm Rose Mansion's maid, K. Lily. I'm here to serve you. As for the luggage, I'll carry it. Where's the luggage? We didn't bring much luggage. It's a simple trip. Boss Luo smiled. Maid K. Lily nodded. Then, I'll take you to your room first. Please follow me. As she spoke, the maid walked forward. But just as she took 2 steps forward, her knees hit the floor. Then, her face hit the floor as well. A person's facial features were undoubtedly 3-dimensional. Therefore, Nan Xiaonan subconsciously pinched her nose at this time and secretly said, So painful. Are you okay? Nan Xiaonan hurried to help her. He saw that the maid of the mansion appeared weak and powerless, even with help. No, nothing. K. Lily forced a smile. I just didn't eat for 4 days. Boss, I just checked the kitchen. This is the only thing that looks edible. Nan Xiaonan pinched her nose and took out a clay pot. Pickles. There's pickles. K. Lily exclaimed in amazement. Is this the kitchen of your mansion? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help complaining. I actually heard the sound of happiness. K. Lily nodded solemnly. Pickles go well with rice. We can eat a lot of rice. But there's no rice. Rice, I want to eat. How poor is your hotel? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help sighing. How can we stay if there's nothing? I just checked. The lights here can't be turned on. Is there no water or electricity? K. Lily sat on the sofa with a pitiful look, stammering, Water! Yes, Boss collected water from the sprinkler pipe outside. Nan Xiaonan rolled her eyes. Looking at the boss and the future lady boss, Miss Maid, she lowered her voice and said, Boss, why don't we find another restaurant? The environment here is good. Boss Luo smiled faintly. The food problem is easy to solve. Please buy some food back. Boss Luo handed the crystal card given by the maid to Nan Xiaonan. Also, buy Miss K. Lily's food. When I came up, I saw a bakery and smelled the aroma of bread. It should be freshly baked bread. Also, buy some bottles of milk. Miss K. Lily hasn't eaten for a few days. Drinking some milk will be better for her stomach. Little Nan, scum! When they went out, Nan Xiaonan clearly saw the maid Kay or Lily swallowing her saliva. She rolled her eyes again. However, this boss of his was indeed very friendly to everyone. At least it was better than looking at people with their chin, no matter who they looked at. It seems that no one has stayed here for a while, right? Luocchio's voice quietly sounded. Lily stuttered. Recently, there have been fewer customers than the price. Boss Luo's finger lightly scratched the back of the tea table. There was no dust on it after rubbing his finger. Miss Kay or Lily is very serious about her work. Yes. The maid nodded embarrassedly. Is there any problem with the business here? Boss Luo asked casually. I heard that this should be a popular hotel. There is a special introduction in the Traveler's Guide. Kay or Lily was surprised. Sir, how long ago did you read the Traveler's Guide? Ever since that incident. I don't think anyone would be willing to recommend Rose Mansion. Boss Luo said casually. Maybe the version of the guide is a bit old. We don't live here, so the information about the free city is a bit outdated. That incident, what do you mean? It's not a secret. Kay or Lily shook her head and said, You can ask around. Kay or Lily began to talk about the rapid decline of Rose Mansion's business. Fallen? In the bakery, Nan Xiaonan was showing off her rare cuteness while chatting with the big-nosed auntie. Yes. The big-nosed Annie stuffed a few more pieces of freshly baked bread into the bag, as she said. Several guests have dropped in divine favor level because they stayed at Rose Mansion. One of them was a level 3 god's chosen one, but now he has fallen to the level of an ordinary god's chosen one. Don't you know? It was very sensational at that time. Nan Xiaonan took out the extra bread that the big-nosed Andy stuffed into her bag and put it back on the shelf while shaking her head and said, We just came to the Saint City, so we don't know about this. Nan Xiaonan found that the people here all liked to call Orleans City as City of Saints, or Holy City of Orleans, or Holy City of Orleans for short, Holy City. Very few people would directly call it Free City. Only the boss and Miss Maid were like that. The big-nosed auntie continued to take out the bread that Nan Xiaonan put into the bag and put it back. No wonder you don't know because you're an outsider. I think you must have read some travel guide or something, so you specially came here, right? But it's a pity that Rose Mansion has been greatly affected since the Fallen incident. At first, some people didn't believe it, but after more victims appeared one after another, no one was willing to stay in Rose Mansion anymore. Little girl, I advise you to find another place to stay. Nan Xiaonan gave up on taking the bread out of the bag and asked with a frown, Does living in the Rose Mansion make me a divine favored? That's not the case. The big-nosed Annie shook her head and said, But no matter what, it's the same for 1 out of a few people and 1 out of 100 people. After all, with such a possibility, who would dare to stay there? Take me, for example. I've been praying since I was young, and now I'm barely an ordinary God's chosen one. What if I accidentally fall below God's chosen one? Nan Xiaonan shook her head and said, In other words, this matter has never been proven. It's just a rumor that everyone spread. In any case, the sheriff of the Holy City came to investigate. Although he didn't find anything, the sheriff said that this mansion has some strange words and ordered Rose Mansion to suspend business and reorganize. If you didn't ask about this matter, I wouldn't even know that Rose Mansion is open for business again. I see. Nan Xiaonan nodded and said, Thank you. Let's pay the bill. If you keep stuffing, the bag will burst. The big-nosed auntie wasn't embarrassed at all. After chuckling, she reached out her hand to Nan Xiaonan and gently touched her face. Then let's settle the bill. Thank you for the 337 Liberty coins. You can pay with willpower. The exchange rate today is 231. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but blink. She didn't see anything, but she felt that the big-nosed auntie's gesture wasn't meaningless. She couldn't help but think of the travelers she met at the airport who were arrested for littering. They seem to have done something similar. Could it be that one could only do this after becoming a favored one? But there was no doubt that she wasn't a god's chosen one, and wasn't even a resident of this holy light kingdom. Nan Xiaonan calmly took out her crystal card and indifferently said, "Use this to settle the bill." The big-nosed Andy was shocked. "Crystal card with volition." "Miss." "No. Respected Lord Petitioner, I didn't know you were." "Oh, look at me, what have I done?" The big-nosed Auntie looked at the full bag on the counter with annoyance. "Petitioner?" Nan Xiaonan found a new term. "Our boss has a friend in the sheriff's office. It took a lot of effort to get the approval to reopen." Kay Lily sighed. "But although we can reopen, the customers dropped their favored one level." The servant girl suddenly asked, "Are you sure how they dropped their level?" Kay Lily nodded and said, "Every customer will register their personal information after they move in. Those customers did drop their level. After all, the volition they get from praying can't lie." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "Then these victims all stayed in the same room, or did they do the same thing? Or even, are they related to each other?" Kay Lily shook her head and said, "It's not a fixed room. These victims don't know each other. They didn't do anything strange during their stay. However, the divine favorites level dropping did happen, and it happened when they were praying in the mansion. That's why they believed that the divine favorites level dropping was cursed, because the Rose Mansion itself had some kind of power that could corrupt people." Boss Luo suddenly said, "I want to take a look at the rooms these victims stayed in, can I?" Kay Lily was surprised. "This? Aren't you afraid that the favored one level will drop? If it's really dropped, we have nothing to compensate." Boss Luo shook his head and said, "Don't worry, we're not the favored one, so even if there's a problem, it won't affect us." Kay Lily was startled and said, "What? You're not? That's strange." Boss Luo smiled casually and said, "Miss Kay Lily, you're not the favored one either." The servant girl's face turned pale and said in horror, "How can you?" Chapter 2060. The Rose Mansion was a cross-shaped building, which corresponded to the shape of a cross. It was easy to walk. This is the room where one of the victims stayed. In front of a locked door, Kay Lily said with a trace of hesitation, "Sir, I can only take you here." The lock outside the room was locked by the boss himself. Only the boss has the right to lock it. The other rooms are the same. Luocho asked, "Was it locked by the boss after the accident?" Kay Lily said, "Since the boss of the Public Security Department came to investigate and ordered us to close down, the boss locked these rooms. It's the four corners of the cross." Boss Luo suddenly said. Kay Lily was startled and immediately reacted. The gentleman was looking at a landscape photo of the Rose Mansion hanging in the corridor, which was taken from above. Yes, the boss of the Public Security Department also found it. This time, there were exactly 4 people who were registered by the Divine Providence. Their rooms were in the 4 corners of the mansion. That's why the boss of the Public Security Department said it was strange, but he didn't find anything specific. Boss Luo nodded and immediately looked at Miss Maid. "What do you think?" Miss Maid shook her head. "There's nothing special about it from the outside." Miss Maid suddenly looked at Kay Lily and said, "Do you have the information or contact information of the victims?" Kay Lily was puzzled and vigilant. "Miss, what do you want to do?" Miss Maid said indifferently, "I'm just curious. Although the free cities are more open than the other 7 cities, there hasn't been a case of divine favor dropping. At the very least, we might be able to learn more about the situation from the victims. We can't leak the information of the residents." Kay Lily shook her head. "Besides, the investigation should be left to the boss of the Public Security Department." "Sir, miss, the boss of these rooms said to not let anyone get close to them. You'd better leave with me quickly, or I'll arrange another room for you. As for food and electricity," Kay or Lily looked like she was going to sacrifice something. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll find a way to solve it." Boss Luo said indifferently, "Our companions are back. You should eat something first. Don't force yourself." While climbing the stairs, the hungry Kay, or Lily, almost leaned on the wall all the way. At the beginning, take a sip and wait for about 10 minutes. If your stomach can adapt, then consider eating more. Boss Luo opened a bottle of milk for Kay or Lily. "You need some time." He knew the reason, but his body was more honest. Lily directly drank half of the bottle in one breath. There was still a trace of white liquid left on her lips. It was a small round mark on the bottle mouth. She took a deep breath and revealed a satisfied expression. Then she picked up a piece of freshly baked bread, tore a small piece, and put it into her mouth. "I'm alive." Lily heaved a sigh of relief. "I really don't know how to thank you. I should be the one to entertain you as guests. But as guests, you have to prepare food for me." "Don't mind it." Nan Xiaonan seemed to want to kill the conversation. She opened her mouth and said, "Even if I see a starving stray cat on the road, I will still feed it." The maid had to change the topic awkwardly. I'll get some water for you. There's boiled water. By the way, we've been here for a while, but we haven't seen the boss of this mansion. Isn't your boss here today?" Boss Luo said with a smile. Kay or Lily said, "Boss went to the dock today to see if he could catch some fish. Boss has been trying to fish for the past few days." Nan Xiaonan frowned. "Can't you pray to generate the power of will? You can buy some supplies with the power of will. You shouldn't starve like this, right?" Kay or Lily, who was pouring water, froze. She couldn't even hold the teapot, and it fell to the ground. She said quickly, "Sorry, I'll get some cleaning tools." Nan Xiaonan shook her head when the maid walked out quickly. She lowered her voice and looked at Boss Luo and Miss Maid. "Boss, I inquired about this Rose Mansion when I went out to buy bread. I know why there's no business here." "Miss Kate or Lily told us," Boss Luo said casually. "Huh." Nan Xiaonan paused and said, Why did she say that?" "Boss, didn't you ask me to buy food to inquire about this matter?" "Why did you ask outside?" Boss Luo asked curiously. Shouldn't the person involved know the core of the incident better than outsiders? "That's true." Nan Xiaonan rubbed the fringe on her forehead and said, "But considering that the person involved won't tell the truth, the information that can be collected from the outside may be more objective. Of course, we have to eliminate some untrue conjectures." "Oh, boss, I didn't mean it was bad." Miss Maid's smile came. Nan Xiaonan's heart skipped a beat. "You're not wrong." Boss Luo shook his head. "But I didn't mean to ask you to inquire about it. It's good that you can have your own ideas." Nan Xiaonan was confused. According to the boss, he wanted her to be an employee with her own ideas. But Miss Maid seemed to want him to just be an obedient child. She had just been employed, but she was going to be sandwiched between the boss and the future lady boss. It was so difficult to be attacked from both sides. "By the way, I found one more thing." Nan Xiaonan had to change the topic at this time, talking about her doubts when she paid the bill in the bakery. "The thing you're confused about is called the destiny system," Miss Maid said indifferently. "It's a system that will appear with the residents of the Holy Light Kingdom when they are born. It records all the information about the growth of each person, which is equivalent to a personal terminal built into the body. Something like my interface in the game." Nan Xiaonan said with a little surprise, "You can understand it like that." Miss Maid nodded. "But only you can see your destiny. Outsiders have no way to distinguish it through ordinary means." Nan Xiaonan said subconsciously, "Are there any people of the Holy Light Kingdom who don't have the destiny system when they are born?" "Of course," Miss Maid said casually. "The maid of this mansion is one. In addition, if you don't have destiny, you can't get willpower through prayer." No wonder she was so nervous just now. Nan Xiaonan nodded thoughtfully. "Since you can't get willpower through prayer, then it makes sense why Kay or Lily is so hungry. If that's the case, could it be that the owner of this mansion is also a guy without destiny? Miss Maid said at this time, "In the Holy Light Kingdom, once you are found to be a person without destiny, you will be defined as a blasphemer. This is a very heavy sin, and there is almost no possibility of pardon. Even in the relatively more liberal Freedom City, blasphemers will also be sent to the stake." So, the law of this free city likes human meat skewers so much. That's not right. Nan Xiaonan was stunned at this time. If the owner of the mansion and Kay or Lily are people without destiny, then how did they settle accounts with customers? Oh, by the way, this kind of crystal card? Crystal card is something that can only be made by a more advanced petitioner. Miss Maid suddenly smiled at this time. "Do you know how this kind of crystal card is made?" Nan Xiaonan shook her head. Miss Maid smiled and said, "When a petitioner dies, his destiny will condense in an instant and turn into a similar crystal card. And the willpower that hasn't been used yet will be stored in the crystal card. Others can use the remaining willpower through the crystal card. So, as long as you have something like a crystal card," Nan Xiaonan thought for a while and said, "as long as you are careful not to expose yourself, you can still hide the fact that you don't have destiny. But this method is not suitable to be used in one place for a long time, right? Not to mention whether this kind of crystal card has a large circulation. If a person only uses the willpower crystal card to settle accounts for a long time, as long as they pay a little attention, it won't be difficult to find out that the other party is a blasphemer, right? This mansion seems to have been open for a long time. How can the people of the Public Security Office not notice? Could it be that there is a secret behind this mansion?" At this time, the maid Kay or Lily came back with a rag and a bucket. Nan Xiaonan had to stop this topic. Right at this moment, the sound of a bell rang out in front of the Rose Mansion's main hall. A young man with long brown hair and wearing a blue and white formal attire slowly walked in. The young man saw Kay or Lily at first sight and directly said, "Is Mr. Asakes here? The school principal is going to attend the Saint's private banquet, so he sent me here to ask for a bouquet of white roses." "Mr. Levi!" Kay or Lily screamed. It was a cry of joy as if she was saved. "The boss went to the dock and hasn't come back yet." The young man named Levi then realized that there was someone else in the lobby. He frowned slightly and sized up the person before looking at Kay or Lily and asking, "Is this the guest today?" Kay or Lily quickly walked to Levi and pulled him to the side, whispering, "He is a guest who came from another place after reading the guidebook? He doesn't know much about the mansion. Although the mansion has the permission to reopen, you should tell them the truth." Levi said calmly, "Lying is also cheating. I'm not from the Public Security Office of the Holy City, so I have no right to punish you. But as a citizen of the Holy City, I have the obligation to report your lying behavior. Even if you are a servant of Rose Mansion, you can't be exempted." "It's not like that, Mr. Levi," Kay or Lily said anxiously and shockingly. "I've already told them what happened recently, but these guests seem to be very interested, so they decided to stay. I didn't hide it on purpose, so please don't report me." The young man, Levi, said calmly, "The banquet tonight is quite urgent. I have to send something back to the academy. Go and prepare the white roses for me first." As he said, the young man took out a purple card from his clothes. "This is the cost of the white roses, as usual." Kay or Lily quickly put away the purple card and looked much more relaxed. "Mr. Levi, please wait for a moment. I'll prepare it for you immediately." "Go," Levi said calmly. "You don't have to take care of me. I'll be fine by myself for a while." Kay or Lily went out again. Nan Xiaonan still noticed the thing that the young man named Levi took out secretly. A purple card, not a crystal card? At this moment, Miss Maid's voice sounded abruptly, "I don't know who will be invited to the Saint's private banquet." Levi frowned subconsciously. He who was waiting in front of the counter couldn't help but look at the source of the voice. It was one of the three guests. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when he looked carefully, he found that he couldn't see the person's appearance clearly. He even had a very vague impression in his mind. It was a woman who asked the question. Other than that, he couldn't describe this woman's appearance. Those who can be invited by the saint are naturally those who have made great contributions to the holy city and those who are loved by the saint, Levi said calmly. What kind of people can be loved by the saint? Miss Maid continued to ask with a smile. Those who are pure and noble will naturally be loved by the saint, Levi said expressionlessly. Miss Maid laughed. If that's the case, there's no need for identity. As long as one is pure and noble, he can be loved by the saint, right? If that's the case, it won't be difficult to meet the saint. Do you want to meet the saint? Levi felt that something was wrong. He carefully looked at the 3 guests again. He found that he couldn't remember clearly whether it was the woman who finished speaking or the young man beside her. Only the remaining short-haired and thin woman could be seen clearly. Is there a problem? Miss Maid asked calmly. No problem. Levi shook his head. As long as one is pure and noble, the saint will naturally sense it when he approaches the saint and will summon him. If you want to meet the saint, you can go to the Freedom Square. The saint's residence can overlook the Freedom Square, and the saint's gaze may also fall on you. I got very useful information. The servant girl smiled and said, Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Levi said calmly, But before you go, you have to think carefully. If you approach with some impure intentions, you'll also be sensed by the saint. The saint loves those who are pure and noble, but at the same time, the saint hates those who are pure and noble. Oh, Miss Maid narrowed her eyes. Sir, are you saying that my heart isn't pure and noble enough, or that the person beside me isn't pure and noble enough? Levi's expression changed slightly. Nan shone and blinked her eyes. What's wrong with this future landlady? She's totally different from her usual style. Is it obvious that I'm looking for trouble? At this moment, Levi's expression changed again. He was horrified to find that a trace of fear was born in his heart. Even under the influence of this fear, his petitioner level had a tendency to drop. Above the divine favor, petitioners also had levels. Chapter 2061. Blazing Sky City was one of the 7 capitals of the Holy Light Kingdom. After countless years of development, Blazing Sky City had surpassed Maria and became the largest capital city of the 7 capitals except for Eden. There were several angel statues enshrined in Blazing Sky City. When an angel's statue lit up, it meant that an angel had descended into Blazing Sky City. My lord, we've blocked the reaction of the descent. At this moment, in front of the tallest angel statue in Blazing Sky City, a beautiful woman whispered to a white-clothed young man in front of her. The white-clothed young man lightly nodded. He looked up at the angel statue in front of him as if he was thinking about something. There was another handsome man in the same group as them. The white-clothed young man was the archangel who ruled over countless angels in the kingdom of heaven. The other man and woman were his subordinates. Even though they were just subordinates, they were still among the archangel's personal guards, and they had extremely high ranks among the angels. Angels didn't have genders, but they could transform into whatever they liked when they descended. The archangel had appeared in the form of a woman before. Ever since the archangel opened up the world to spread the holy light and fought in other mythological regions, the archangel rarely appeared in the form of a woman. Most of the time, they were in the form of a white-clothed young man. As a man, he was more powerful and aggressive. I don't understand why we need to block the reaction of the descent. At this moment, the other personal guard shook his head. My lord is the highest angel in Blazing Sky City. My lord's arrival should be to let the residents of Blazing Sky City know about it so that they can hear the gospel. The other female angel said calmly, There's an agreement between the Blazing Angels that they need to inform Lord Blazing Angel of their arrival. If it's just a private action, it shouldn't be publicized. Did you forget? I didn't forget. The male personal guard shook his head and said in a strange tone, "I just feel that it's not worth it for my lord. Even if Blazing Sky City has become the second largest city in the kingdom of heaven, so what? This is only Blazing Sky City, the capital of the blazing angels, not my lord's capital." "Longdu, that's enough." The female angel gently called out his name. The male angel, Longdu, was slightly agitated at this moment. "I didn't say anything wrong. My lord is the propagator of the holy light and has made great contributions. For so many years, you have been cautious and conscientious. What's wrong with my lord having a capital city that completely belongs to you? Look at the city of Dawn. That person has already fallen and is the sovereign king of hell. But that person's city of Dawn is still preserved. This is clearly unfair. Keep your mouth shut." At this moment, Langdo's mouth had been strangely sewn together. Not only that, he even had no mouth. Angel Langdu instantly knelt on the ground in horror, but he had no mouth. He couldn't speak, and no one knew what he wanted to say. This was the Lord's punishment for speaking too much. Langdu was impulsive. "Please don't blame him, my lord." The female angel beside him hurriedly stepped forward. "Langdu's heart is only for you." The white-clothed young man, standing with his hands behind his back, slowly turned around and looked at the trembling Angel Langdu who was kneeling on the ground. He said calmly, "The City of Dawn is the largest source of willpower for the Holy Light defense system of the Kingdom of Heaven. It's the cornerstone of the Kingdom of Heaven's holy light to spread to all worlds. You think it's unfair to keep the City of Dawn, so you don't want the Kingdom of Heaven's holy light anymore, right?" Angel Langdu's face turned pale, but he couldn't speak. He could only look anxious and annoyed. "While I'm in the Kingdom of Holy Light, as a punishment, you don't have to speak anymore." As the white-clothed young man spoke, he directly walked out of the temple where the angel statues were enshrined. The female angel helped Angel Langdu up. "My lord is really angry, but it's okay. Just bear with it for a while." Angel Langdu could only silently nod and then shake his head. His gaze was directed at the largest angel statue. It was as if he was saying that he wasn't wrong. On this day, the residents of Blazing Sky City were still living in peace and didn't know that an angel had arrived. Above the gods favored were the petitioners. They were people with firm beliefs and were the most important cornerstone of the Kingdom of Holy Light. Laval had never heard of a petitioner falling from the sky. In theory, a petitioner was a person whose faith was completely firm. They were people who would not waver even in the face of death. Petitioners would only improve with time. Once they became a petitioner, they would be in a positive state. Unless they fell. Once they fell, they would be nothing but filth, and the holy light of the holy city would purify them. However, a petitioner's level dropping had never happened before. Laval instantly thought of the strange incident that happened in Rose Mansion a while ago. The incident was centered around the dropping of the levels of several gods favored. Then, was his fall this time because of the strange phenomenon in Rose Mansion, or was it because of his conversation with the woman in front of him? It was hard for Lavar to believe that his level would drop, just because of a few words with a strange woman. However, if it was because of the strange incident in Rose Mansion, and it just happened during the conversation, Laval was more inclined to the logical explanation. After all, he was in Rose Mansion, where the strange incident happened, and the Public Security Department still hadn't found out the reason for the drop of the gods favored. However, Laval was a petitioner with a higher level. Under his firm willpower, he quickly stopped falling. There were some losses, but the losses were small. However, even though the losses were small, it revealed a terrifying message. The level of petitioners would also drop. It seemed that the approval for Rose Mansion to be reopened was a bit hasty. Anyone can become a person with a noble heart. Laval calmed himself down and slowly said, "God loves the world because God is willing to believe that the nature of humans is good." Miss Maid withdrew her gaze from Lavar and nodded. She smiled and said, "Mister, you are really a devout person. But I don't know if you're devout to your saints or to God. Laval frowned and said, Saints are also the children of God. It doesn't matter who I am devout to. Miss Maid didn't say anything. She just picked up the teapot and poured water in front of Boss Luo. Mr. Laval, I've wrapped the white roses for you. At this moment, Kay Forehead Lily came back with a bouquet of flowers. Her face was full of smiles, but she seemed to feel that the atmosphere here was a bit strange. Did something happen here? Nothing. Laval shook his head and took the roses from Kay Forehead Lily's hands. He said calmly, Then I have to leave. If Mr. Assaix comes back, please say hello to him for me. Okay. Kay Forehead Lily nodded. When Laval left, he suddenly turned around and looked at the three people in the lounge. He looked at the woman who took the initiative to talk to him. Have we met somewhere before? It's the first time we met, Miss Maid said calmly. Laval nodded. There was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. He pushed open the door and left, but there was something in his heart that he didn't say. That was, he seemed to have a sense of familiarity and closeness with this woman. Mr. Laval is the secretary of the principal of the City of Freedom Academy. After Laval left, Kay Forehead Lily introduced him to Boss Luo and the other two people. The principal and our boss are friends, but they don't get along well. Anyway, the principal and Mr. Laval have given us a lot of help in various ways. Boss Luo didn't say anything. Nan Xiaonan was curious about Laval's identity, but since her boss didn't say anything, she didn't dare to say anything. Kay Forehead Lily said that she planned to go to the mansion to pay the electricity bill and restore the electricity. As for the rooms of the three guests, she asked Boss Luo and the other two people to choose the rooms they liked. After all, the guest rooms in the mansion were all empty. Oh, right, except for the room in the attic. That's our boss room. Kay Forehead Lily reminded them before she left. Of course, there's also the one behind the lobby. That's mine. I'm going out now. I'll be back soon. Sir, feel free to do whatever you want. Seeing that the maid has regained her vitality and is rushing out of the door, Nan Xiaonan shakes her head and says, She's really at ease. She's not afraid that an outsider will do something to her shop. Well, I don't think there's even a penny left in this place. I'll go to the garden to see the roses planted here, Boss Luo suddenly said. Nan Xiaonan blinked and was about to say something. Miss Maid said, Then, Lady Nan, come with me. I'll help you install a destiny system. This will make it more convenient in the Holy Light Kingdom. Okay. Nan Xiaonan, who nodded subconsciously, was suddenly stunned. Then she felt unwell. Wait, this thing can be installed on the spot. I made one at the last minute. Miss Maid said casually, It doesn't have a full range of functions, but it can be used for emergencies. Made one at the last minute? Nan Xiaonan suspiciously looked at the future lady boss. Then you're awesome, huh? The destiny system of the Holy Light Kingdom can be made into a simplified version on the spot. This Holy Light Kingdom is obviously the back garden of the supergiant in the void, the owner of the Heavenly Kingdom. However, considering that Miss Maid could take out the crystal card of willpower and had lived in the Freedom City for a period of time, could it be that the shop had operated in the Holy Light Kingdom before? Boss Luo seemed to ignore this matter and walked out. Nan Xiaonan asked quietly, So the boss and Yu Yi have installed a temporary version of the Destiny system when I went to buy bread? No. Miss Maid smiled and said, Master doesn't need this system. As for me, I don't need it either. Oh, you two have always been lovey-dovey with each other. Now that you finally have me as your follower, you can try your best to pretend, right? Just pretend. It's much better than playing dirty tricks. Nan Xiaonan resisted the urge to roll her eyes and followed Miss Maid into the room obediently. By the way, do I need to take off my clothes when installing this thing? I heard people say that clothes or something will hinder the flow of power. Red, yellow, white, this was a colorful world of flowers. Although there were many colors, they were very coordinated and didn't make people feel messy. They couldn't confuse people's eyes. There was a pair of scissors on a low wooden table next to them. This should be the place where Kay or Lily had just collected the flowers. Boss Luo strolled alone in this flower bed and seemed to be in a good mood. But something seemed to flash past behind him. It was a lithe figure. The figure was like a child, shuttling between the flower bed and the flower wall, and there was even a burst of laughter. Boss Luo's eyes followed the figure that shuttled like a fairy, and he slowly followed it. However, it seemed that he couldn't shorten the distance between them. Or maybe Boss Luo just wanted to keep this distance and observe this small figure. Finally, the small figure stopped, and a small head poked out from the flower wall to look at him. It seemed to be wondering why this person was following behind without any intention of catching up. This was a cute face, with some baby fat and short white hair. It seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. "Do you live here?" Boss Luo looked at the figure and asked with a smile. A soft hum could be heard from the other party, and then the small head directly entered the flower wall. After that, the small figure didn't shuttle around, but directly disappeared. Boss Luo didn't seem to care that the figure left without saying goodbye, and continued to stroll around this place. "There's nothing to see over there. It's just a place to store fertilizer and tools." At this time, a deep and magnetic man's voice came from behind. Luo Chiu turned around and saw a man in his 30s with messy hair, carrying a bucket and a fishing rod on his shoulder. "You must be Mr. Asakes," Boss Luo said with a smile. "I heard from Miss Kay or Lily that you went fishing." The man strode over, put down the bucket and the fishing rod, and nodded. "I'm indeed Asakes, but I don't know you yet." "Hello, my surname is Luo." Boss Luo said, "I'm a traveler, and I came to this Freedom City with my companions. I saw the traveler's guide, so I decided to stay here." Asakes nodded. "Then you came at the right time. Today's luck is not bad. I caught a few big fish." Fish soup is a very delicious thing. It can be made with almost no other ingredients. There was no problem with this. However, the kitchen of Rose Mansion probably couldn't find any other ingredients. Boss Luo thought so.